Well, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing great on this beautiful Thursday. Man, we've had some, with the exception of the beginning of the week, it has turned out to be a great weather week, and it looks like it's going to be great for about the next 7 or 8 days. So, thanks for being here this morning. We'll call our Thursday, November 13th, 2025 work session to order, and we have a very full agenda today, so we'll dig right into it with our Tampa Bay water update. And I believe we have Chuck and
Chuck's up.
and the guys from Tampa Bay Water. So welcome. Come on up, guys.
Well, good morning. I am Chuck Carden, the General Manager for Tampa Bay Water. And I've been with the organization since 1993, and I've been the General Manager for the last 5 years. I want to thank you all for having me here today to provide an update on Tampa Bay Water. We were formed in 1998 by the member governments we serve, and they include Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties, the cities of Newport Richey, St. Petersburg, and Tampa. And Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Peters sit on our board on behalf of Pinellas County. Our mission is simple: to reliably provide clean, safe water to the Tampa Bay region now and for future generations. We do that by supplying our members with an average of about 209 million gallons a day of water. Pinellas purchases about 50 million gallons a day from us, and that provides essentially all of the water for the customers that you all serve. Our distribution system is, well, I better show it to you. There it is. Our distribution system is shown in this graphic, and it includes 13 well fields, 2 surface water intakes, a seawater desal plant, and a 15.5 billion gallon reservoir. And we also have 21 points of connection to all of our 6 members. We maintain this network and supply water to all of the members for about $2.64 per thousand. And we budget every year, and that rate is recalculated, and we've kept it pretty steady over the last several years. As we're going to show you here in a few slides, we're in a growth pattern here, and we're going to be spending some money, but the board did something very, very wise a few years ago. Their plan was to stock up on our reserves. So we've saved up on our reserves. We have a rate stabilization account that we are now being able to utilize to keep the rates at an affordable measure instead of an upward slope with the new growth. We are keeping it at a level playing field going forward.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes,
can I ask you to just pause for one quick second? Sure. I neglected to do one thing on the front end. Can I have a motion to allow Commissioner Latvala? Okay. I guess a second. All right. All in favor? All right. Thank you, Chris. If you need to take a break or can't stay for the whole thing, we understand completely. But we're just glad to have you with us today for as long as you can participate. All right. Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it.
All righty. Well, our system is very complex, and every day we deliver a blend of treated water. We are the only water supply system in the country that blends seawater, river water, and groundwater together. These sources all vary in cost, so blending them keeps the wholesale water.
Okay. Got it.
Our blending keeps the wholesale water rate affordable, and it also allows us for more dependability, especially in drought and in emergency conditions. Because of where the Pinellas County interconnects with us, you predominantly get groundwater here in the county. And you can see on the pie chart the distribution for the 2026 fiscal year. It's not quite 50-50 with groundwater in the river and desal, but it's getting closer and closer. Once upon a time, it was 100% groundwater, and that was part of the creation of Tampa Bay Water, to move that pie chart. Over the years, we have gone through cycles of growth and cycles of maintenance. We are currently back in the growth phase. And this chart shows the story about growing, comparing our 2025 actual demands by our members and the projected demands over the next 20 years. And we have enough water right now to meet the region's needs, but over the next few years, we've got to work hard to expand our regional system to meet the demands in the year 2028 and the year 2033 and beyond. The fastest growing areas are southern Hillsborough County and central to eastern Pasco counties. Right now, a majority of our CIP budget will be spent on expanding our surface water treatment plant, starting the South Hillsborough Wellfield project, and expanding our distribution pipeline system in the southern Hillsborough area. The surface water treatment plant expansion will expand the plant to 140 million gallons per day, and once that expansion is complete, it will provide an additional 12.5 million gallons of water to the region than what it is doing today. The plant is considered the workhorse of our system and is located near the fairgrounds in Brandon. We have finished the design and permitting, and construction is starting later this month. Just recently, the board approved another new supply, the South Hillsborough Wellfield. The facility could bring between 6 and 12 million gallons of new water to the region as early as the year 2030. About half the water for this well field comes from permits that we have acquired from private landowners in the area who no longer needed them. The remaining 6 million gallons a day will come from an agreement, if we can reach it, with the Hillsborough County staff to purchase aquifer recharge credits. We are continuing to negotiate with the county on this issue, and the well field will be built in phases, and the design is scheduled to start next year. We are currently trying to get some property, so we are in the process of acquisition of land. We are close to starting, and actually on Monday we will be starting construction on the new South Hillsborough pipeline. And the pipeline is 26 miles long, and it ranges in size between 3 and 5 feet in diameter. It will connect our system to 2 Hillsborough County water treatment plants. The pipeline is being funded by not only Tampa Bay Water, but Hillsborough County and the Southwest Florida Water Management District. The plans are to have the pipeline completed by the end of the year 2028. We also continue to look at projects for implementation beyond the 2033 timeline. We are currently conducting feasibility studies for these projects shown on this map, and the plan is to be recommending to our board new water supply projects by the year in the year 2027. And as you can see, I think Project C on this list is a project near Lake Tarpon, and we have been coordinating with your staff on this project. Regardless of the source of your drinking water, all the water provided by Tampa Bay Water meets or surpasses all the local, state, and federal standards. And as those standards change, we are always taking proactive steps to ensure that we always meet these regulations. The last time I presented to you, we were studying PFAS, or what they call forever chemicals. They make their way into the raw water sources. The EPA issued new PFAS regulations that will take effect in the year 2031. The new limits have been challenged by others, and we are closely watching that, but we are proceeding as though the regulations will not change. We continue to sample the system alongside with our members, and we meet the new standards except for 3 connection points that we have in Hillsborough County that are slightly above these new regulations. You can see them on the graph, the 3 stars in orange. We have a plan to address these locations based on a water quality study that we started a few years back. The study also included looking at reducing the total organic carbon in our system at various locations. When the EPA issued its new regulations, we updated the study in coordination with your staff, and we also will be using this basis for a recommendation to our board early next year. The final recommendations will address both PFAS and the total organic carbon reductions in the system. And with that, I would like to thank you for allowing me to give you a brief overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Chuck?
That's, Chair,
Yes.
thank you. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tampa Bay Water is, the regional effort is quite, it's impressive when I visited your plant. But I had a couple questions for you on water quality and conservation programs,
Yes, sir.
because I would assume that's very important too. Do you have a public water conservation outreach program, educational program, teach people how to conserve water?
Yes, sir. We have a program called WaterWise. We actually have a staff person at Tampa Bay Water that coordinates it, but also coordinates it with all the members. There's a sitting team from each of the member governments that meet once a month. But it's the WaterWise program is primarily a rebate program. It has 13 rebates that vary toilet change-outs and shower head change-outs, even some larger industrial ones with the cooling water. And so that program has an ambitious goal of saving 3.8 million gallons a day by the year 2030. And on Monday, our board meeting, we'll announce that we went over the 1 million gallons saved to date. So we have a little ways to go, but we are very active in the conservation efforts.
Great. Would that also include maybe education on plants and the type of low water plantings that would be good for the community, Florida?
Yes, we also support, every year, we give the three counties about $250,000 is what we give to all three of the counties. They work with IFAS, and we let the folks at University of Florida and the agri folks in each of the counties address that. They have workshops. They do quite a thing. I have an annual report that they put out for us, and I would be happy to provide that with you to give you the highlights of that program.
And the use of fertilizers and pesticides, you got information that you provide on when it's good to use those and when it's not, and when it affects our water quality?
Yes, sir. That's a part of that program. They have various workshops to educate folks on what to use and what not to use. They also have workshops on how to make your yard smart with the sprinkler systems, and also the Florida-friendly landscaping program is involved in that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure, JP will be covering that at the presentation here in a bit.
I just didn't know if they work together. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it is, because it's on the agenda later.
I didn't realize that.
Any other questions?
Just a
Dave?
comment. Chuck and team, thank you for being here today and the work that you do. I think it's important that we continue to emphasize to folks that we're working on that next water supply source, and hopefully one that's less expensive than we've had to do in the last couple. We continue about every 5 years to look at that. It used to be every 10 years, but with the growth in the area and the demand on water, we've now upped it. So we're now in the throes of almost starting construction on I call it the 2028 water supply project, and starting to narrow down the possibilities for that 2033 water supply project. So it's always kind of looking forward and trying to at least make things happen in as cost-effective way as we can, and maintaining the less pressures on that rate that each of the counties get. So a lot of the growth obviously is in Pasco and Hillsborough, but we certainly are enjoying the efforts, the combined efforts of those three entities and three major cities that are involved, and obviously our work here. So just want to commend your staff for the work that they do in supplying a very secure source and now diversified source of water for this area. So aside from all of that, we need some rain. I get it. So
Yes,
thank you, Chuck.
you're very welcome.
Thank you,
And
Paul. Thank you.
I wanted to just, to finish up, you alluded to it, Commissioner, regional cooperation. Back in 1998, when we turned into Tampa Bay Water, we were just coming off of water wars, where everyone was fighting over the battle for water. And we've proven this entity, this agency that you're a part of, put together a regional plan with the other 5 members, and it's worked. It's been a huge success, and I'd like, to consider that a model for other things in the area that could be worked with in conjunction with others.
Yeah. Well, it certainly has been a big plus, and It doesn't mean we don't have some battles along the way, but they're nothing like the battles back in the 90s with water wars and then all of the issues trying to get the organization set up. Minuscule, but we do have those differences sometimes because some of us are in growth areas and others are not. But we're at the table and we're talking and we're working together on it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chuck, thank you very much. Always nice to see you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, take care. Okay, before we move on to the next item, Commissioner Latvala, did you have any questions or comments before we move on to our new campus?
No, sir. Just that I love each one of y'all, and I miss you, and I hope to be back soon.
We miss you too.
Yep, we love you and miss you as well, Chris.
Yeah, we have to razz Dave Eggers for you.
Yeah. It's not the same around here without you giving him a hard time.
Yeah, Brian and I are carrying on the legacy.
Yeah.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah.
All right, well then we'll move on to new campus headquarters.
Okay, so Blaine is going to be on his way up, and Leanne, they'll introduce the team, but Blaine will kind of kick it off. So they've been, hard at work looking at the new campus, but now we're really starting to get into the design. So they're going to kind of go through some of the bigger kind of idea stuff, but this is where we're going to kind of start getting into the meat and potatoes, where we want your feedback and your ideas and thoughts, things that they can look at. Coming up later this month, Blaine, the chief judge, and I and Ken Burke are going to go down to Miami and look at a couple of courthouses down there that are similar in nature, and look at their ideas and what they've done. So we're just now starting to get into where we're going to have serious discussions and be reacting to something. So today's the kickoff of an ongoing process for the next year to do that. So,
Thank you, Barry. Good morning, Commissioner. Delighted to be here today to update you on our progress on this exciting project. I've got several folks with me today, some that you know, some that you have seen before. We have Leanne Korsh, Senior VP and Southeast Regional Manager for Public Institutions and Education Solutions with CBRE, and has been with us since the ground floor. Christine Bishop Johnson, Senior Principal and Director of Civic and Justice at HOK, our architects. And beside her, Jonathan Ray, Senior Principal and Senior Regional Practice Leader at well. And we had a surprise guest supporting the team today, Lori Rice Turner with Ajax, Project Development Manager. And appreciate you being here today, Lori. And if you didn't know, Ajax is constructing the new Clearwater City Hall. So that's some of their work you can admire close to home. So with a little bit of background, I'm going to turn it over to Leanne since she was here since the inception.
Thank you, Blaine. I've been here and before you several times before. And this slide, we're not going to spend a lot of time on, but just want to briefly recap where we've been and then get into the meat and potatoes of HOK's fine work. The challenge, as you all well know, is that the county is currently occupying 14 different inefficient facilities in downtown Clearwater, and it's not centrally located for citizen access. So this project really offers you a great opportunity to right-size county operations from over 560,000 square feet down to, around the 317,000 square foot mark. So where we have been is planning to get to the design work. We mapped the weighted population center of the county to help inform the site selection of the ICOP property. And we're now moving on toward the planning. You all approved last summer the design firm HOK, and as Blaine just mentioned, Ajax, the construction manager at risk. So with that, I will turn it back over to Blaine to talk about some of those recent activities I just mentioned.
So we're moving forward on several fronts. First off, the site plan development, which we're going to share with you today. And that's allowed us to begin having some of our permitting meetings with some of the approving authorities, such as the Development Review Committee with the City of Largo, and we've got that DRC application in process. We've also met with FDOT and PSTA. We've got a pre-application meeting with them, and later today we're meeting with SwiftMud to talk to them about the project as well. We do have a traffic study in progress. Some of the first signals we got from FDOT was that we may not be able to have a traffic light right there at our entrance, but we're still pursuing that. We've also met with all the stakeholders, and when I say stakeholders, I mean the tenants that are actually moving into the new building, the new campus, to confirm Gensler. If you remember, that was the architect that was hired to do that test space program. And so one of the first things HOK has to do is confirm that and make sure that all the right questions have been asked. And so we've completed that activity. And we've also met with our governance structure. And if you'll remember, we've got an executive committee of several different disciplines and expertise within our staff that help to be close to the architects and give some of that feedback. And then at Barry's direction, we do meet with the appointing authorities and review everything with them. So what you're seeing today and hearing today has been vetted by those two groups coming forth to you. What we're hearing from the stakeholders, and you can see the stakeholder feedback here, you know, that campus setting and that site, as Jonathan will review with you, you know, lends itself to an interior courtyard. It was something that our stakeholders felt like was important. A common secured entrance. Barry has been adamant about that from day one, that we are able to afford security and secure screening to both the tenants and the folks that come to visit us. Exterior public plaza on Ulmerton, and that can be, if there has to be any type of public protest, that's an appropriate area to have that type of thing. Development services should be a standalone operation, is what we didn't want it, where people are coming for transactions and permitting and things of that nature, not to have to wind their way through the judicial or administration buildings. So we've got those separate, and you'll see that. What you'll see today, too, is that not just laying out the site in terms of what we need to build in the next 2 or 3 years, but the site for future, you know, growth so that we can maximize it. We're not assuming growth will happen, but you want to lay out a site so that it's done well. And we also have a central energy plant with scalable options. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan to walk you through the site design.
All right, as everybody's familiar, the site is located at the corner of Ulmerton and Icon. As was mentioned by Blaine, we are centralizing the buildings around a protected courtyard. The two main buildings, the Justice Building and the Admin Building, each face the major roads, with the Justice Building having a presence on Ulmerton, the Admin Building facing ICOT. That common secured lobby connection point is the connection point between the two buildings, forming roughly an L-type shape. The site, it will be served by an 1,100 car parking garage, and the Development Services Building, as mentioned, is standalone and serviced by its own parking lot. To make sure, as part of our master plan effort, we plan for additional expansion of the site, identifying a couple locations where potential future buildings could be, and also allowing for future expansion of the parking garage. The central energy plant will serve the campus as a whole and will also be expandable for any future additions to the overall campus.
So as Blaine mentioned earlier, we've been doing a lot of work, not just with the site, but also meeting with all the stakeholders to validate the program that was initially put together. So the culmination of that, we are very close in square footage to what we were looking at previously. And what we've been doing is adding layers of detail to how the different departments will operate together in this new consolidated campus. So some of what you're seeing on the screen is, this is how the buildings would stack up. So as Jonathan just mentioned, we have that shared lobby. That's that purple block that you see on this diagram right now. That would be where everyone would be coming through the building, that one secure point. And then you're able to venture off into the justice wing of the building if you are going to a consolidated service center for dealings with the property appraiser or the clerk of court. If you're coming to a meeting such as this in the county commission space, you would be going through that security and venturing off into the left-hand or the yellow portion of the building, the admin portion of the building, and on the ground floor have access to rooms such as this that you would have a formal commission chambers, what we would call it. That would also provide some access in that space for multifunction training rooms that could be used by any of the stakeholders that are on the campus or really anyone within the county. As we're looking at other portions of the site, we've got the Development Services Building, as Jonathan mentioned, that is a separate standalone building that would not have the same security provision with the screen security. And that, again, would have a one-stop service desk that would be the interaction points for members of the public coming in to do their business with, building review, that type of thing. We've got the standalone parking garage that's shown here as well, and Jonathan talked a little bit about it. There's a central energy plant that's intended to be able to service the entirety of the campus.
Can we ask questions as we go, or you want us to wait? So my question is for administration and for the Justice Building for the judges and whatnot, do you have separate parking other than the garage? Because for obvious reasons, the
Yes.
judges' entrance, and then, I'm sorry, personal privilege, I'm not walking from that garage all the way over to the building.
That's a great question. So as we look at this slide, the blue that you see on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, that would be a fenced-in, enclosed, secure parking for judicial staff. And then the purple that's at the tip of the admin building, that would be for members such as yourselves, secure parking access there. The majority of the staff will be entering, coming from the parking garage and walking along the public or the protected courtyard there to be able to get to that point of entry. But we have had meetings with the Sheriff's Department. They are willing to entertain separate entries for staff to come in at the point of the Justice Building and the other point of the admin building. So as we start to get into floor plans, we'll refine that even more, but the intent is to have secure parking for those locations.
And will those walkways be covered? I know we kind of talked about that before.
That's something that we're looking at as well, and we're
I
just
would
now
hate for
getting
staff
into
to get
the-
soaking wet coming from the garage over to their workspace.
And Commissioner, some of those conversations are ongoing, right? I'm actually meeting with them today because, they're asking about adjacencies to where people are in different departments and who they should be next to and stuff. Part of that goes to the flow of the building. When you come in, how do our judges enter? How do they get to their courtrooms? Obviously not through the main corridor, right? And so the same thing for commissioners of where your offices are, where you park, how do you flow, in, and those could be separate entrances, secure. Those are security issues we're working through with the sheriff's office. But there's a lot of detail like that we're beginning to have those conversations. And I want to understand that. When you come into your meeting and you can exit, you don't have to go out through the main, go across the street and get accosted by a guy on a bike, right? And those types of things. So those are important. And we're just now having those types of conversations.
Okay, just thought I'd ask since. Thank you, sir.
So just to go through the circulation on the site, the yellow is the vehicle access. There's two main entrances coming into the site. One is an existing entrance on the northern side of the site, which is the top of the page. We'd have a second entrance off of ICOT, enters at the middle. You'd be able to pull straight into the parking garage, or as most employees may do, they may come from the north side and circulate on the back side to get to the parking garage. There'll also be vehicle service access in that bottom left-hand corner for deliveries and service access to the central energy plant. Once you're in the parking garage, you would circulate across through the courtyard into the secure entry point.
when I saw the original, when it just popped, and it was like, it just seemed constrained as far as access goes. So are these all going to be two-lane roads in and out? And I guess that, we'll just start with that first.
Yeah. We're doing traffic analysis of this. Those studies are ongoing right now of making sure that we have proper access coming into the site, the proper number of turn lanes coming in, proper number of turn lanes turning out. And that will help us size these roads. But our general plan right now is allowing for, a widening of these roads if they need to. But we think we have it pretty close right now.
Well, and you answered one of my questions, which was, are we doing internal traffic studies as well, based on what we've got here?
Yeah.
What we, because it's just, again, this whole light issue on Ulmerton, which, does FDOT have control of Ulmerton Road?
Yes, they do.
They do.
They do.
I mean, that's a big deal. Again, we have certain times of the day that we're pretty crowded. Where we have it now, everybody just kind of goes in 10 different directions because we have so many access points. So without having that light there, obviously we're going to have some issues.
Yeah, and that's what the traffic study is going to tell us, is what sort of accommodations are going to need to be made for the number of visitors visiting this site. And then you can see on the parking garage, it has 3 entrances to come in and out of it. And that's based on some studies that we've already worked through so that people can get in and out of the parking garage relatively quickly.
We're all pretty creative in trying to find our quickest way in and out. So there's a light over on, I guess, on the other side of ICOT Center.
Correct.
That accesses, and then there's 58th Avenue, I guess, that goes up towards, is it East Bay or East Bay, West Bay? I guess it connects up there. So, I mean, if we don't solve the problem there, it's going to, I don't know what it's going to do. So that's the interesting part to hear about from the traffic study.
And Commissioner, you mentioned, the entrance to the site. And the light's kind of a big deal because, obviously people will flow differently if we don't have the light, because they'll go down to the other light. Yeah. But we're also not opposed to making internal circulation enhancements within the park. So if people are coming that way, they can easily find through wayfinding or even, changes in the road design or whatever, how to get over to the site. So depending upon the outcome of that, we'll look broader to make sure that we do this right, to where people can easily find and make their way over to our location.
And again, on the just moving to development review, I'm assuming we're taking into account as far as parking for folks on the north side of that development review services building, and we're talking to our folks about technology improvements and how that hopefully requires less people coming to the site, and how that would fluctuate as well.
That's correct. We've had extensive conversations about how improvements are being made to delivery of service and what that may do in the future for numbers of patrons coming to the site. And that will continue to be an ongoing discussion. But we have a pretty good baseline that we're starting with and what we're planning for the future there.
Yeah, I think people are going to, I think contractors, et cetera, will love coming to this location versus the other one, but they'd even love it more if they didn't have to come to a location and they could do it all virtually. And I know we're working on some of that as well. Okay, so technology, that's it for now. I'll have some others along the way, but thank you.
You have questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So I used to work at ICOT with Gulf Coast, so I took this turn in every day for 13 years. So when you're turning off of Ulmerton Road on the ICOT Boulevard, it's just one lane coming in and then the one lane going out. You have like the whole little business complex immediately on the right. Then you have smaller office buildings, the hotel, huge swath of vacant land, and then Gulf Coast back there. And then on the other side, where the Lightning was practicing, which I enjoyed that. So I'm just sharing if there's any widening of the road for the entryway that could potentially eat up some of the entryway for those businesses on that side. We want to be good neighbors. So just sharing that part. The public plaza down here in the corner, I think it's wonderful to have places where people can go grab a bite to eat or something, or just get some fresh air. But I guess my question would be, since you have potentially, I'm gonna say protected entrance, if you have the protected entrances there, then would that not cause an issue for a protected entrance when you have a public plaza where just individuals can go? Just asking a question. And then you have protected courtyard, so does that mean, well, what does that mean?
So the protected courtyard is, in a sense, that it's protected from the other buildings. So it's insular looking.
Okay.
That public plaza, the intent would be that is an area that's more, you recognize that this is your new government and justice campus. As you're driving by, that's an area that can be designated for protest events, that takes you out of where the majority of the people coming to service, to get services in the building are circulating within the site. The intent would be that there is not an entry to the building on that side. We want one point of entry for the public coming in, and that would be coming from the protected courtyard side into the building. And that's from a standpoint of best practice on how you flow through the security queuing, and how, you know, the sheriff's office is able to maintain the security of that lobby. So views out, but not an entrance in from the public plaza.
Okay. And the dark green that goes from the corner up here all around the back, is that just representative of the barrier or separation from the property that's on the backside?
Yeah, that's part of the existing stormwater management for the site. Right now, it's fairly heavily treed, and our intent is to keep all the trees that we're able to along that border.
Okay, it's nice and shady, it is.
It is. There's actually a number of nice trees on the site. We've completed a tree survey identifying the health and size of each of the trees.
And then my last thing, Mr. Chair, I agree with needing a light there, because when the light turns on 58th, which takes traffic to the epicenter and all of those businesses along there, it can get kind of bottlenecked, but then that's less than a block. One of the issues may be it's less than a block if you have from light to light, because you have the traffic that merges from 34th Street, you know, that's coming on. That would be a light, and then less than a block, you would have the light for 58th. And then there's a nice little stretch until you get to 49th for the next light. So I'm hopeful that they would see some type of mechanism there to control traffic, because it can delay you if you don't catch it, if you don't catch it at the right time for the light turning on 58th. That does have a turn lane light and then 3 lanes for through traffic.
Yeah, on the judicial building, what's the square footage that they have now? I mean, we have the judicial center over on 49th Street, clearly around the corner. We have square footage now, which is really the 4th floor.
4th floor.
And the library, I guess.
Well, and it's
but
not
so-
just the-
So really, I guess the question is, like, how big are these floors and why 4 stories? I mean, that's just a thought.
Remember, this was also like the clerk of courts, and he's throughout, 315. So it's all his staff and all the functions that they perform over in
So
that
it's all
justice.
4th floor. Our current 4th
Well,
floor.
but it's not just the 4th floor as would go in the Justice Center. The clerk of court's offices, which are throughout 315, down on the 1st floor and, all the marriage license and here and there, all that would be consolidated over in the Justice Center.
Okay.
Okay, so it's far more than just the 4th floor.
Yeah, I got you.
So the intent for the justice wing of the building, on the lower level, the ground floor of that building, we would have jury assembly space, which is a relatively large space. We would have the marriage ceremony spaces, and then we would have a consolidated counter area for all of those clerk functions. So when you walk over to 315 now and you see the different pockets of space, that would all be consolidated into one service zone so that your constituents know where to go, and unless they're going to court, they don't really have a need to circulate up in the building. The 2nd floor of that building would be intended for the staff that supports the clerk's office and the functions of the court. And then the 3rd and the 4th floor would be dedicated to courtroom and hearing room space, as well as judicial chambers and other court support functions from a technology standpoint that support either the clerk or the judges.
Okay. And then the access issue that Commissioner Flowers was talking about. I like the idea of having the center one point of entry, so it kind of cuts down on having two different places. That other area, is it going to be like the system at the courthouse now where employees can swipe themselves through? There's also a guard at the back entrance
That's
at the
correct.
current courthouse.
So that's still in discussion with the sheriff's office, but right now, we're planning for space that it could be, I'll call it a manned position, where someone from the sheriff's office is sitting there and watching as employees swipe in to make sure you don't have tailgating. But we also have planned enough space that if, from a security perspective, you choose to have staff screened with X-ray and magnetometer, that could be fitted there in the future. Just want to make sure that we provide you that flexibility, that you have the entry point and you have the infrastructure there so that you can operate in whatever capacity you would like.
Thank you.
Also want to remember, this is a little bit different style of building. It's not a criminal court building, you know, and so just the uses of the building. Those are some of the discussions we're going to have when we go down to Miami, you know, and look at some of the ways, because it's similar type operations, non-criminal court type activities. It's not your main courthouse. It's a lot of your probate, a lot of your other types of activities.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick, going back to the maps, I guess. Is there, I guess, to me, it looks, I mean, pretty like bottlenecked. And I mean, I don't know if we've gotten into the detail of like how many exits of the parking garage, because like if there isn't 1,100 people, you know, and you get, 500 people for, they want to come and, lobby their government. I mean, exiting a parking garage, I mean, can be time consuming and very bottlenecked if you only have like one exit out of the parking garage. But then I have a concern, and maybe it hasn't been addressed yet, or maybe you guys thought about it. I mean, what if there's like a medical emergency or a fire? I mean, it seems like a fire truck or something would have like a hard time like navigating and like getting through like up next to a building. If you got these like secured lots and things like that. Can you maybe touch on some of the emergency, like if someone needs 911, like medical services or a fire?
Yes, that's part of the conversations we still need to have with the fire marshal on how they would access this site and what accommodations we need to make for them. We believe we have what they would need to be able to access the site right now, and we'll confirm that with them. The parking garage itself, we have a parking garage consultant who will run some trip calculations, exiting calculations to make sure that the three entrance / exits that we're showing right now will work. Some of those may be switch lanes where it's 3 lanes coming in. The middle lane in the morning is an entrance, and in the afternoon it's an exit. So that way you have potentially as many as 6 lanes exiting the building or 6 lanes entering the building in the morning.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, well, according to our timeline, if you can believe this, since you bought the property at the end of '23, we are halfway done to occupying this building. And the process is just a series of progression. As we talked about, Gensler was hired to kind of do that initial space program. HOK has validated that. Right now, we're in the throes of circulating what's called a blocking and stacking diagram, wanting to understand, like we've talked about today, what floor things go on and which departments need to be adjacent to each other. And once they have that information, coupled with this site layout, which we brought to you today, they can begin drawing. And we're within probably a month and a half of beginning to generate drawings, which will take the form of schematic design, and we'll come back and check in with you again. Design development will be after that, and then construction drawings. So we are progressing pretty rapidly. I do want to add, too, if I had to pick one word for this project thus far, at least the direction from Barry, it's efficiency. And I want to remind you all that this is going to be a big change for our employees. This is based on sharing workstations and offices, and the space program that HOK has completed takes every single person into account in each of the departments, whether they have a workstation or a small office, how big those are. That's all been baked into it right now. So we are confirming Gensler's, that 317,000 square foot number. We are within that. And so things are progressing along nicely. As far as next steps, we're really running two concurrent paths right now. One is the Government Campus Center. And so we are, we've submitted our Development Review Committee. We're doing this blocking and stacking I talked about, and that's going to lead into the schematic design, but also some test fits for how this is working. And Robert Shaw, if you'll remember, a familiar face to you, he's on vacation right now, but he loved that term, kit of parts. And so we're making sure that these modules work within the building. And we will come back to you and talk to you about that exterior building concept in the future. Now, at the same time, being very mindful of time, it's necessary, and you've directed that we're going to dispose of these 14 buildings in downtown Clearwater. That is not something that happens very quickly. So we need to start with an RFP, and we put it out on the street. And what we've been doing, because Barry directed and you've supported, letting the city of Clearwater really speak into what their vision is for downtown Clearwater, and they've been very engaged with that. We just had a meeting yesterday. CBRE is preparing that draft of a RFP, and we will be coming to you at the appropriate point in the future to declare those properties surplus in advance of having this solicitation. So all of this, y'all, is going on concurrently right now. So with that, that's our presentation. I know we've asked some questions along the way, but do y'all have any remaining questions?
Any other questions?
Well, first of all, I think, I'm glad to hear that that your group, we're comfortable with the previous work determining where we are. I'm really, we continue hearing from different folks about the importance of that building department being super user-friendly. I mean, the world today is very different than it was 10 years ago. But I expect with technology changes, next 10 years are going to be even, completely different on how we do that work. And clearly being able to be responsive is critically important. So I'm hoping that whole overlay of technology and when you go down to South State to kind of look at what they're doing, see how those changes are coming along as well. And then the only other thing is that experience that our residents have coming here. I mean, I'm all about taking care of our employees as well, but at the same time, when they come for, a 15-minute drop-in, I don't want to have to climb all the way up to the 4th floor of a garage, and there should be some, again, I'm not trying to get into those little details, but I just want that general experience to be a good one and not be, if they're going to be there for an hour or two, that may be different than just a 15-minute drop-in for whatever thing that they're doing. So as we think about that garage and how that's managed and how that's all done, I think that's going to be important as well. But looking forward to that design work, because that's really where it starts to happen. And back to your cost comparisons and where we are now, that's going to be where we're starting to the rubber in the road meeting. So looking forward to that piece as well. But you say we're on schedule to 26 is going to be about what? What would you say in general we're going to be doing in 26? Finishing the design, permitting, and actually starting maybe some construction?
Yes, sir. We are considering whether or not to go ahead and demolish the old car dealership, although we've talked internally. It's going to be, again, we're going to be sharing workstations. This is an efficient, modern workplace, and it's not unique. It's being done in other places. And so, workstation, you won't have, an employee may not have an assigned workstation. They'll come in because maybe somebody's working remote that day and they'll occupy that. And I say that to say that we really, and Barry has directed that, we want to make sure that we make this as easy and understandable for our employees as possible. So we've talked about doing mock-ups within that building before tearing it down so that we can take people over there and say, here's the layout, here's a sample layout, a part of that kit of parts to say, this is what that place would look like. So the first time they're seeing it, it's not the first day that we walk into the new building. So that is, so there may be some site demolition you might see, Commissioner Eggers. But what we hope to do is bring you the guaranteed maximum price for you to vote on the very beginning of '27.
And on that site plan that you have, where is that building sitting? Is it sitting on top of the development review?
It's right in the middle of the site.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's an old car lot, so
Yeah.
you had the sea of parking around it and the building right in the middle.
Right in that circular driveway area?
If you go to circulation, so if you go here, that traffic circle in the middle, it's probably just behind that, would you say, Christine? I think that's about right. Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
And Commissioner Eggers, if I could, you bring up a great point, and I want you to tell you that it wasn't lost on us. And in fact, you can see it in the title, Resident Experience. And when we first got into this and the stakeholders, we talked about laying the site out, and it's not a huge deviation. There's been more added to it from what Gensler had originally envisioned. But this courtyard, you know, when I started thinking about employees, you know, and what their experience would be taking a break or coming across there. But that evolved into, you know, when we started laying out the drives and everything, it's going to be important for, a lot of folks don't come see us very often. They may come in to do something once a year or maybe only once. And so that's why this layout of traffic circulation was laid out, so that when somebody's driving in, they can get oriented pretty quickly as to what buildings are where. And we're going to have very good wayfinding to help assist with that. So we were thinking about employees to begin with, but that quickly transitioned to resident experience and navigating the site.
And you'll see in the consolidation, it's all about resident experience. When they enter the building, think about that just from Ken Burke's spot. You know, right now you've got it all over the place. You've got one spot to go for those types of operations. Over here's development services. Over, you know, here's your public meeting rooms. It's easy to come in and know where you're going.
Very different than where we are now, obviously, so it'll be wild to think about. But okay.
You know, and even when we're talking, and I'm waiting, you know, when Commissioner Latvallow feels a little better, we're going to, you know, be talking about kind of our downtown process here and stuff like that. But, you know, we don't have to get rid of all the property all at once. Like, there's things like, you know, we have storage facilities, you know, out at the Schwischer building for all of our court records and things like that. You know, we may want to wait, you know, so it may be doing that in phases, or saying that's available but not for X time to, you know. So there'll be a lot that we'll learn over this next year and begin to kind of put the plan together of how this is going to roll out.
So just my last question would be along those lines, Barry, on the disposition of property and the vision that the city of Clearwater has for their downtown as it relates to, you know, businesses.
Correct.
And buildings for businesses, because clearly downtown has a decent start on that, but we want to make, I mean, presumably that's coming from the city of Clearwater, that they share that same concept, that they want that expanded area of possibilities for the business community.
So this team has met with the mayor and all city council members. We've met with the city manager. We know what their vision is of downtown. We know that this is a good mixed-use facility. You know, and you know, all you have to do is go to, you know, our end of the building and look at the views and know that should be $1 million condo. You know. But other ancillary type uses. One of the things I think was important that we learned in this process is we have some general ideas, and we know how to make sure that we set it up to where we get the use that we want, you know, at the end of the day. And so we're taking that to account. However, also making sure that we get private sector to come in and tell us what their vision would be. It may be a bigger, broader vision. And so we can kind of learn from that and make decisions. And so that process will be iterative to where we can account for both.
And then my last question, probably you've already answered it, but I've forgotten from the last meeting, but that's the old courthouse building, and that obviously will be bifurcated from the rest of the property as we sell it. I'm assuming that's going to be maintained, and
we're going to have to, we're looking for use, and we're working with the courts on that, obviously for reuse and repurposing.
Right.
And so that'll be an interesting piece that we'll
that's a
have to
challenge.
kind of account for that. We're not sure what that ends up looking like. Community center, you know, something different, I don't know. But But there are other places that have went through something like that and integrated it into a larger development. So it'll be interesting. I even asked a question, what is the original courthouse structure? We have additions to that. So is it everything, or is it just piece of it? You know, I don't know the answer to that.
That will be a challenging piece to, I mean, it clearly is, can't pick that one up and move it, so. All right, well, thank you all, appreciate your.
And if I could, the council was very engaged, and they are very excited, and they are very grateful to you to allow them to speak into this about their vision. And quite simply, they just want to activate downtown. They want more activity, residents, businesses. So we were pleased, and they've given us, I think, enough to be able to inform this RFP that we'll put out. And then, like Barry said, and I think, Leanne, you said this before, when those responses come back, if you leave enough flexibility in there, it's like Christmas. I mean, they're different concepts, you know, and so we're excited about that coming forward.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple observations. I do have some concerns with the location of the parking lot for access and for egress. We're running everybody across the site to get into a loaded structure. So I think that concern is valid. I haven't seen any architectural, I don't know if I missed that, but I'd kind of like to see, like Commissioner Nowicki, maybe some kind of Greek Roman architecture represents Western civilization. I think that would be a nice touch. It doesn't, we don't have to buy marble, but it could look that way.
We'll bring you, how about we bring you choices in the budget that goes along with it?
I like that. I want it, yeah. You know, I think it would just, it's our government center. Number 3 would be the downtown, and I've spoken to many people about this. On the downtown properties, I think this is our chance to help the city maintain its vision for downtown. And I just want to, for those of you who haven't heard this from me, I really believe that we should look at, rather than selling pieces of parcels, we should sell long-term leases for the properties that we own downtown. 99-year leases, 75-year leases. If you have a lease on a piece of property, you can continue to control the use that's operating on the property, just like a mall. If you lease a cookie shop in a mall and you're not open on time, if you're not open at certain times when you're required to be open and close when you're required to close, you lose your lease. And we can raise a lot of money for our new center with long-term leases, but we can also maintain control of the uses of the properties that we have downtown, and I think that would be a great assist for the city in its master planning. So I think that should be considered. Anyway, I just wanted to bring it up because it's a different option. Once you sell the property, you've lost control of the downtown. At least the county has, but maybe the city buys it and they do their own thing. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah. And certainly when it comes to the financing on the building and what we're going to be bonding and what we're going to be using from a capital standpoint, again, I'm a firm believer that this facility is an intergenerational facility, and that nobody in today's world should be paying over a bigger share of that project than the next generation of folks, because this is going to be a 50, 60, 70-year-old building. And so, you know, so to your point, though, about renting out versus, you know, renting it controls the use of the property, number one. Number two, you don't get as much money as if you sell it, but if we're bonding it over time, do we want a lot of money down payment? It's just a lot of different things on that financing side will be interesting to take a look at. Financing versus control of the property to make sure that Clearwater's vision is maybe we step it, you know, we control it till we sell it, or we control it till you get a tenant that ends up wanting to buy it, and there may be phases like that. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to take a look at, just for a number of reasons. Yeah.
Well, I think the rare opportunity that's presenting itself is having this much acreage come on the market all at the same time in a structured process like this. So there's any number of ways to do it, and we've got some more time to discuss that for sure. All right.
I had a quick question. If I heard you right, did you say that you were going to be bringing us the guaranteed cost by 27?
Yes, the beginning of '27 is the current projection on that. And we do have, Ajax is at the table with us, so we expect there to be very good coordination on the back end.
Looking at the timeline, it looked, unless I'm reading it wrong, it looks like construction starting in Q3 of 26.
And then that goes back to what Commissioner Eggers was talking. That covers maybe some site demolition, some infrastructure going in early, but it won't, so we may have two different packages, and we can talk about that more. But the building will occur in earnest in '27.
Okay, great.
Construction.
Thank you very much.
Just a comment. Commissioner Scher, I thank you for thinking outside the box, looking at longevity. Potentially something that could bring revenue into the county beyond, the time. And you're in the business, so I don't know. But I was just thinking we would potentially be required to handle the maintenance and upkeep because we are quote unquote the landlords. It could possibly be written into a contract that certain, things be handled by whomever we would lease the property to, but usually it's the landlord owner. The other thing I would have to think a lot about is when county governments are seeking funds for construction, development, expansion, or whatever, those lending institutions want to make sure that you own the property. There were issues with the city of, not issues, but the city of St. Pete and an entity that wanted to do some upgrades and renovations to a building that the city owns, but they weren't able to get the funding because they didn't own the building. I'm talking about the Florida Orchestra that wanted to do some upgrades and whatnot with the Mahaffey. But because they don't own the building, they weren't able to secure the finances by which to do that. So I'm not sure if, let's say, the city of Clearwater would be able to, if it were them that got the property, if they would be able to work out the financing piece to do whatever they needed or wanted to do because they don't technically own the building. So then the question would be, would we be willing to, go out for that? So I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just, thinking about how it could possibly work. It is a something to think about, but, and then I guess the other thing is, I think our conversations, not that they can't change, have been utilizing the financial remuneration to kind of offset the costs for this building.
That's the trade-off, yeah.
For this building, so that we would be potentially borrowing far less money for our end. So anyway, I'm just talking out loud.
Yeah.
We can put those in. You'll see in the,
Yeah,
when we
but
get
I
to.
appreciate Commissioner Shea, I appreciate, because I had not even thought about that. That would be a way to have long-term financial remuneration coming in for whatever, going to the general fund or something like that or whatever, I don't know. But those are the things that I would be thinking about if that were to materialize into a more structured conversation.
Well, I will say this, that I do think that the type of lease you do and when that becomes a purchase, but you can do triple net leases so that the tenant just does all the expenses on the building. You can set it up that way. You can set it up over time where there's a necessary takedown of the purchase of the property. There's a number of ways to structure it. I'm not, we've always said that we try to be low debt here in the county. And, to the extent that you can borrow money reasonably and spread it out over generations to pay for this building, I think is something that we have to keep in mind because I do not want to overtax our folks today. I don't want to overtax our people, the next 5 to 10 years. This building it's going to be an institutional building for decades, and it should be shared. And not overburdened on folks today. So I'll be looking forward to that conversation.
And you'll see that when we get to fall studies, and one of those is to come up with financing alternatives for this project, right? And so we can look at that and present those ideas and thoughts and pro formas for your consideration. That can be part of it.
Okay.
When we get to our floor, I guess, then we would have the opportunity to have some input into how it'll look.
Yeah, you'll get, when we get into more detailed design, you'll see that. We're just, kind of doing that high level. But you'll see designs and you'll have input into that the same way. We're going to have all the departments and constitutionals and everybody else, appointed authorities, giving, their input. They're trying to, right now, they're trying to say, all right, who kind of belongs together? So, the commissioners, administration, office of management, and budget, and communication. Okay, great. Well, then down here, it should be X and Y, and, what are the adjacencies? And then they can kind of stack and see what the floor, the footprints are for the various ones to see how does that work within an efficient building,
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, and this is just me, we have several other opinions around the table, but we will be able to kind of keep the construct the way that we have it. Our assistant or our aide or whatever is within our office.
Oh, yeah.
So that, so anyway, that would be my main request.
Yeah, and the office sharing, don't put me down with Latvala. No, I'm kidding.
Chris, I'm putting him right next to you.
We're gonna have to have a mock-up with that just for discussion.
I'm teasing, Chris. All right, thank you.
I want our office right next to Eggers's.
You got it.
Well, I appreciate the team traveling to be here today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you
Yeah,
all.
thanks, everybody. Yeah, good discussion. Good discussion, guys. All right, so now we're moving on to fireworks. Let's blow some stuff up.
So,
Real fireworks?
so Commissioner Nowicki brought this up earlier this year, about looking at our firework regulations and why it's different than some of our peers. Well, we really don't know, because none of us were here at the time when they made those changes. So I asked staff to go back and kind of look at that. And so we're introducing the topic today. No decision, we don't have a recommendation necessarily, but it was new and it was different. And so we've asked you to come in and look at this. We also have Chief here, because there's a fire component side to this where, it's kind of protecting that side. So I asked if he would join us, and we'll let Jude get into his presentation.
Morning, Jude.
Fantastic. Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman. Thank you for having me. Most of you guys know me. I'm Jude Reason, Pinellas County Housing Official. I oversee the Code Enforcement Division, and as Barry said, a little while back, we were tasked with taking a look at Pinellas County's fireworks ordinance versus some of our neighboring counties. We'll go ahead and dive right in. First and foremost, I'm sorry. Jumped there for a second. I apologize. State regulation, Chapter 791, Florida State Statute, is what governs fireworks for the entire state. And they have some general expectations and a few exemptions. The exemptions are mostly sparklers, novelties, little fireworks. They don't really care about those and when we're igniting them. Agricultural use, as well as 3 designated holidays, New Year's Day, Independence Day, and New Year's Eve. Local authorities, specifically here also in Pinellas County, allows local governments to adopt and enforce stricter rules. And local governments cannot weaken the state exemptions, for example, the prohibiting on the 3 designated holidays. Here in Pinellas County, Chapter 62, Article 4 is our governing authority. Pinellas County Fire Authority and the fire control districts are who manage that chapter. We have more restrictive rules than the state. We're actually, of the 3 counties, and we'll get into that in a bit, we have the most amount of restrictions versus our neighboring counties, Pasco and Hillsborough. We require permits to display fireworks at any time pursuant to our ordinance. So again, we're more restrictive than the 3 state holidays and the holiday exemptions, and we'll talk about how that gets managed here in a minute. We also permit the temporary sales and storage of structures requiring building permits. So our building department permits tents. So you've seen the tents around the county that sell fireworks around the holiday season. Our building department permits those, and they also work with the local fire district regarding the sales and distribution. So fire districts also permit, and they have to have proof of storage, controls, record keeping, and general safety guidelines. This applies countywide unless other municipalities have adopted their own rules. And here in Pinellas County, all but 3 that we are aware of have adopted their own rules. So Florida state law versus Pinellas County, a couple of different variants here. For the most part, the state allows exemptions. July 4th, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. Pinellas County requires a permit for anyone to ignite a firework on any of those days, which is not something that's currently happening in the county. There are no permits that are issued to the general public for igniting fireworks on these holidays. So that's one of the biggest differences between Pinellas County and the state law. There's no blanket exemptions here in Pinellas County for permit requirements. And we're also bound to the state based on retail fireworks facilities. So again, we don't have any, so here in Pinellas County, we don't have any brick and mortar retail. Hillsborough does, we don't. We do have tents permitted by building and overseen by the fire departments. Also, HOAs are not allowed to be any more restrictive than the state. And our ordinances don't affect basically the HOAs in any way. So the HOAs can't say that you can't light a firework when in fact that you can. So again, state says you can, HOAs can't exempt those.
Jude, quick question. This is for unincorporated Pinellas County, and you said so 21 municipalities have enacted their own?
Correct. Yep, they have their own ordinances, which are generally very similar to ours. One of the things that we're seeing kind of across the board is that none of them are really enforcing the permitting requirements, if they have them, and or detonating fireworks on the holidays. So we're not really seeing that. Also, about 50% of them have the holiday exemption, and the other 50% don't, roughly give or take about 50%, which, again, the state says you can have them on the 3 holidays. About 50% of our own municipalities say you can't. We say you can't, and that does contradict state law, so it's going to be further into the presentation here. We're going to talk about some of the recommendations, which would, again, to bring us in alignment with state law.
So if somebody, I don't know, wanted to do a fireworks display on November 1st for whatever reason, we would say no, because it's not one of those 3 holidays.
Correct. We would say no. There is some permitting that is allowed through, like the ball fields and stuff that have fireworks presentations outside of the regular holidays. That can be permitted. It's not done through code enforcement, but the fire districts do have the ability to permit and regulate those.
So, and I don't know if they still do it, but it used to be, and I could see Clearwater Beach doing this too, but the hotels used to offer for weddings fireworks. So it was not uncommon for the trade winds every weekend to have fireworks every weekend when they had a wedding. And so as the county has grown, and we have hotels everywhere, and wedding venues, would that be, that then is excluded? So if they're having a wedding at, let's say, Fort DeSoto Park, and they wanted to light off fireworks at the end of the ceremony or evening, we would not allow that unless it was a holiday?
Only during the holidays by state standards. There is a permitting process for special events here locally in the county, and so they could be permitted to do that. But again, that's going to be something that they're going to work out with the fire control districts. But the state generally prohibits fireworks outside of anything other than the designated 3 holidays.
So when there are fireworks at a stadium, in Dunedin Stadium, they go to the city there to get a permit to have fireworks. That contradicts state law.
So the state law exempts, with the exception of permitting through the local jurisdiction. So yes, they can get permits to do it, but your general population are not supposed to be igniting fireworks other than the three holidays. So there are exceptions where you can have permits for large events, that are sponsored, government sponsored, or whether it be private vendor sponsored, but they do have to have a permit through fire control for that. Any other questions before we move on? Okay. All right, so use of fireworks in Pinellas County. Pinellas County is section 6299. Again, requires a permit for any person to explode fireworks. And this does contradict Chapter 791 of Florida State Statute, which exempts permits on the 3 designated holidays. So you can have permits outside of those holidays, but on the 3 holidays, anybody can light a firework statewide. There is another contradiction with Pinellas County noise ordinance. So in section 58445, which you're pretty familiar with, we just recently did some noise ordinance updates. The use of fireworks is not presumed unreasonably loud and ruckus as long as it occurs on July 4th or December 31st or within 24 hours of those dates. This is constrained by 6299, which requires a permit for those specific dates. So there's some of the contradiction. We have two ordinances, both internal ordinances that do contradict each other, that require a little bit of cleaning up. And again, we'll get into the recommendations as we near the slides here. So we asked for a tri-county comparison. Generally, Pinellas County is more restrictive than both Pasco and Hillsborough. Hillsborough does have some brick and mortar, so they do authorize year-round sales, and they have some different types of oversight because of that. But in terms of igniting fireworks, Pinellas County, again, requires a permit for everyone. We know that that's not being issued and or enforced. Pasco County allows the use of fireworks from June 28th to July 5th. So there is some contradictions there on state law. They're basically saying you can do it before and you can do it after the 4th of July. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with weather events or anything like that where you're restricted from doing it specifically on the 4th. You may have seen this year we had a total washout on 4th of July. I know I personally observed a lot of fireworks being ignited after the 4th of July, kind of countywide. In fact, I think there was even some large displays that were done on the 5th in lieu of the 4th. So Pasco does have some wiggle room for that, but it does contradict state law. Again, public displays, Pasco only requires a permit for Newport Richey and Port Richey. Other than that, they don't have any. They don't authorize any other public displays around Pasco County. And again, they all have the same formal insurance requirements for sales and distribution, just like Pinellas. And our restrictions are more so to the actual permitting of specific people. of your private citizens. So some of the considerations, first and foremost, if we are going to go any further, or if you guys would like to make any changes, there's quite a bit that went into our original ordinance. I have been working with the county attorney's office, which provided me with lots of files on how we got to where we are, lots of cases and lawsuits and so forth that got us to where we currently are today. So there's going to be a considerable amount of research that would go into that based on your direction. We also would recommend getting together with our local fire officials to make sure that we're all in alignment, who have already offered a little bit of feedback on some of the things they would like to see if we are going to move forward with any potential changes. One of them would be an educational campaign at the point of sales for safety, and something to bear in mind too, if there is any direction to make any changes. We are unable to change, for example, Florida Building Code, which requires permits for the tents to be erected and for the sales, and then the National Fire Protection Act, which has a lot of limitations as well in regards to sales and storage. So our immediate recommendations would be to update some of our definitions, make sure that we align with the state holidays. We also would recommend that we remove the contradictions between 6299 and 58445, which is that noise ordinance, which would line up exactly with the state statute of allowing folks to detonate fireworks without permits on the designated holidays, as the state requires, and doesn't really allow us to make those modifications anyhow. So generally, the recommendation is to bring our ordinance in line with state statute, and to also to remove any permit requirements for private residents during those designated holidays. Yeah. Any questions?
So if somebody goes down to the tent there and buys a whole bunch of fireworks, technically they need to get a permit to shoot those off?
Technically in Pinellas County, yes.
And how many permits how many permits do we issue on those a year?
We don't. We don't currently issue permits for that. And it's also important to remember, too, that the Sheriff's Department is the other designated authority by state statute and by ordinance on enforcing some of these rules, coupled with the local fire districts. And in my consultation with the Sheriff's Department, they are not enforcing enforcing those permitting requirements, and anything outside of the holidays, they will respond to calls, but generally on 4th of July, unless there's a safety issue, they're not generally responding to people lighting off fireworks in Pinellas County.
Do we have any time restrictions or time limits for the sale of fireworks in Pinellas County? Or could somebody set up a tent and just leave it up there all year long and sell fireworks, or?
That's a fantastic question. I believe we do have a time period, and I apologize. I think it's in my white paper draft, but I don't know it off the top of my head. So I can get back to you on that one.
And is that consistent, whatever we do? Do you know if it's consistent with the state or not?
I'm not sure if it's totally consistent with the state right now. Again, I apologize. I should have that answer, but I don't. Fire Chief may know. Chief Graham, are you aware of the dates on those? Some of the cities have requirements. Okay. Yeah, I will get that to you.
Any questions?
Yeah, just about simplifying, I think, and being in line with the state makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't enforce those 2 or 3 dates anyway. People are doing them all over the place. Poor animals, that's the only one I feel bad for, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's those 3 days that is it 3, right?
Yes, the 3 holidays, New Year's Eve, 4th of July, and New Year's Day.
So I think the more we're in line with the state on that, I think the better. Less confusing, less worry from permitting. Are we doing things legally and it's not, but technically they are, so I'd like to clean that up, make it simpler and easier. But I totally agree with whatever we do. I think an educational campaign doesn't hurt. Kind of probably a good refresher, whatever we decide to do on the educational front. But whether it's on the new rules or in regs, but also maybe a how-to, because I'd probably blow my hand off of doing it. But yeah, I wouldn't be doing it, but anyway. So yeah, I would lean in that direction, simplify and be in line with the state, so.
Certainly. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, also the sales and storage, I mean, I think we're like the most restrictive, I think in the state, really, not just the Tampa Bay area, but I think in the state, we're like the most restrictive for the sales of fireworks, like 40-year record retention. I mean, just really limiting the free market to come in and sell a good. And so then people have to drive across the bridge to go and buy fireworks. So if we can really, you know, make it easier for businesses to do business in Pinellas County. I mean, I've heard that talked about, you know, at the dais a lot, that, you know, we want to encourage businesses to open here in Pinellas County. And I think the sale requirements are very restrictive and the most restrictive in the state. And so if we could look at that more and opening it up like Pasco and Hillsborough, I think Hillsborough has no structured retail oversight whatsoever. So, you know, I'd be in favor for that, so.
Yeah, there are a couple limitations on how many people can sell them within Pinellas County. There were some dates back in 2006 that said a limited amount of folks can actually get the permits here in the county. So we would have to take a deeper dive into that. You know, again, the county attorney's office offered me an entire box of files on how we got to where we are today. So that would take some research, which we can absolutely look into. This was really kind of an overarching, you know, administrative dive into how we compare. And now that's exactly what we're seeking is some direction on where you want to pinpoint that and what kind of changes you would like for us to look into and possibly make. And then we do have, the state does not allow for us to have any brick and mortar here in the county. So that's one area based on my research. Sorry?
Does not allow brick and mortar?
Does not allow. Hillsborough has them, but we from my research, we wouldn't be allowed to have any more brick and mortar. I believe they're limited on the whole state on where everything can. Basically, if they already exist, they exist, okay. But no more.
They were grandfathered in.
Correct. That's based on my research. Again, if you know, we can take a real deep dive into that and determine whether or not there are any exemptions there.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right, you're off the hook, Jude.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. All right, now we're going to move on to fall studies.
So I'm passing out, Michelle's helping me pass out what I sent out to you, in advance of the meeting. And it's really, we collected the ideas, and this really comes out of all of our discussions this summer and throughout the Michelle's supposed to be passing those out to them. Not to staff. Yeah. I gave this side of the room. I was asking her to do the other side. We had a miscommunication. So the idea was that we, let's zero in on the things that you want us to look at, and then have those discussions early in the budget process rather than in June, July, or August. And these are the things that were brought up during the meetings. I want to go through it, but I also asked for a list from commissioners. And so we've kind of outlined those. We can discuss any of them you want. You can give us better direction of what you're looking for. Some of those have cost implications. Do you all agree with that? Or are there things you say, no, I really don't want to go down a path where, we're opening up, and talking about that. That's where I need to get your feedback as a collective body on any of the particular things that we're talking about. So Commissioner Eggers, brought up the idea of AM skills on whether there's a role for us in funding. That would be a decision package, obviously, because it'd be a new funding source. We have 2 current funding sources for job training. Separate out AM skills from that. We have Career Source, you have all your federal funds, and those are competitive funds, and people apply for those. And so AM skills, to my knowledge, has not taken advantage of applying for those funds from my conversations with Career Source.
But they would be eligible to apply for that?
They would be eligible, but again, they're federal funds, so you have limitations and requirements for accessing those funds. But I did discuss with the previous executive director of Career Source, and he said they had not applied for funding. Okay. We also have the Science Center, the sale of the Science Center, and we created that job training program. And so that's a current competitive job training program. So those are the only 2 funding sources we have. So so the question is, are you looking for us to use general fund dollars to create a job training program? And that's something we could do. It obviously would have a budgetary impact.
And I certainly don't want to, utilize taxpayer dollars on this if we can help it, because if there are other sources of funding, again, Barry, this is something that we should be talking to them about, and if we're not talking to them about it and they're not doing it, then we don't need to hear from them again. But they provide distinct training for areas that we need help in. And if Career Source does it, or if they're doing it, again, I think that discussion needs to be had here, so that we know what's being covered, what's being done in our training areas in each of these opportunities. So to me, I was basically educated in the idea that they have unique skill sets that they develop that aren't available in other areas. If that's not the case, okay. If they have funding sources there that are available to them and they're not taking advantage, okay. But I just want to make sure that, they have been extremely successful in Pasco County. And Pasco County went all in on it.
And at Lellman.
What's that?
And at Lellman.
Okay. So, yeah.
They're also at the Lellman Exchange.
So again, I'd like to make sure that we explore those opportunities.
So you're looking for a connection, making sure that they understand the Career Source opportunities and the Science Center funding?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't mind, on the Career Source side, sadly enough, the funds that we receive in this particular area are split 70-30. 70% of our funding goes to Hillsborough County, only 30% comes to us. So we, unfortunately, on this side of the bay, depend on groups like AM Skills because we don't receive currently adequate funding to be able to provide the services. I have my one-on-ones with the executive director over there. We just talked about this week. And so I'll be presenting an item for consideration for us to try to address this funding split to make it 50-50. The split is based on population. So yes, Hillsborough County has a greater population than we do. But if you look at economic opportunities and service provisions, it's not a 70-30. It should be, in my opinion, a 50-50 or at least a 60-40. So we provide services, but nowhere to the level that we should or would be able to because we don't have the money, but we depend on AM Skills to do it. So I'm just sharing this information
that's a great,
for additional.
And I do agree with the 60% seems to be more in line with population.
Yeah, so I have had this discussion, like I said, just this week with the executive director there, and we'll, we can't say it'll get changed, the funding allocation will get changed, but we're asking for it to be
So
changed.
Career
based on
Source
need.
does not have additional funding available for the
We only
M-Skill.
get the 30%, and that has to spread out across all programs.
Right.
So it doesn't flow right into what AM Skills does. And then AM Skills is another venue that Pinellas Technical College utilizes for those individuals who are going through the technical trade component pieces. So it does have its value, extreme value. But I just wanted to share
Well,
with
certainly-
Career Source where we,
Yeah, no, I think
that's
that's
why we can't,
great
well, we don't
point.
have it right now.
And again, I think it's also important that we see what the model that Pasco is doing and with respect to Career Source. And I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I'm trying to make sure that we're maximizing the use of these skills development groups that we have for some of our, it's called underemployment, right? We're trying to get people employed up and make more money in their ventures in life. And these are the places they can get the skill sets.
They can. In Pasco, they do spend general fund dollars to help support that, okay? And but I only put that out because that's the type of direction I need, from this body. Do you want us to create a program like that to bring back to you as part of the budget? But then that competes for, everything else that we're going to go for. They do that there. We have Career Source, but they have job training. They're part of a larger job training. The Career Source there is a multi-county northern center. I don't know whether they've competed for those funds or not. The other one that we do have is the Science Center funding, and that's through Dr. Johnson and our ED, and they're creating that program. They briefed you on that a while back. That is another local job training, and we can make, so if it's a connection we're looking for with them on existing funds, we can certainly make that connection. If it's an expansion, well, then that's something we'd have to build into the budget.
Well, again, are we providing what our residents need? That, to me, that's the question. And if we are, then it's just about connection. Well,
I don't know that I know that. I mean, there's obviously a need for what they're doing.
Well, we're having the one Pinellas group that gets our schools and our technical colleges and our businesses together.
Yes.
There seems to be a shortfall of skill sets that are being developed at the local level for our businesses. So,
And and you're correct, and we got our businesses gave us the guidelines for the economic development program. And so they're massaging that program to roll that out, as we speak. And that is one opportunity. But there's always probably going to be an unmet need. There's a lot of, I agree with you. I mean, that type of skill set there's a huge need for that. And there's probably, regardless of what you put into it, there's still probably going to be a gap. But I don't know what that gap is versus the amount of training dollars are available, because like for Career Source, they haven't applied for them. So I'm not saying it's a bad or good. They may not have.
well, maybe they've heard the same thing that she just shared, that they don't have any money to give.
So we didn't bother.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, but we can
These are
reach out
areas
to
I'd
them.
just like to explore to make sure that we're doing what we can to provide opportunities for our residents to upgrade their skill sets for job opportunities that are out there.
Okay.
I keep hearing that folks are having, companies are having talent issues. They're trying to find people that are skilled up. We had that one example over that said that we had, 100 applications? They narrowed it down to 30 because they just didn't have the skill sets. And then none of those 30 even showed up for interviews. So that's a different issue, but I just want to make sure that we're providing.
So the study would be, I'm trying to get back to that. The study is, what's the gap? Let's identify that. What type of opportunities are available? And so I'll ask Dr. Johnson to kind of lead that, and we can have that ready for the spring, and then you can decide what you do with that.
Yeah.
What fund, how does Career Source get funded? How to, our Science Center, or I say it's a Science Center, it's an ED job training program, what that looks like.
And then what's the connection between those availability of services to our residents?
Okay.
Like, hello, just everybody out there, there's a lot of noise that goes across people's,
This gives me an idea of where you're going, not necessarily a funding piece, but trying to identify the gap and and what opportunities are currently available to fill that gap.
Absolutely. That's exactly where it is, and if it
Okay.
means funding, if for some reason, we'll get to that point later. But
Okay.
I just think there is a big gap there, and that was really kind of the impetus behind that one.
We put Commissioner Eggers first on all these, so we'll knock his out first. It was just, that's how they came out on the list. The second one is he asked us to look at the Palm Harbor Community Service Agencies, whether they could fall under the county's health benefits, and then separately, whether the 4 independent fire districts could fall under our county health benefits. They would have to pay for that. They would have to be county employees. They're not currently county employees, and there would have to be a completely different structure. We've done some initial work into this, but again, I want to get, is there a consensus to look at that? It would be very involved because they're currently, the way they're structured as a independent nonprofit, agency. So there'd have to be structural changes to that, and there would be a cost associated. They'd have to pay the full cost associated with that.
And I think there was some discussion about if it deviates too far in the cost, they may have to go back to the folks that voted on their millage, because they voted on their millage to provide services. And I don't know all of that, and that may or may not come from that. Clearly, the residents of Palm Harbor and East Lake have said they want this additional millage for those services. Now, I mean, what we're talking about, what I'm talking about is making sure that the services that they're asking for are being delivered, and that's all. So I just want to make sure that, again, this isn't something that we're talking about. We're just talking about them having an outlet to have more stable workforce to provide the services that our residents want. The residents in Palm Harbor and the residents in East Lake. So.
We'd be happy to do the study if there's consensus to do that.
Yeah, and just to kind of frame it up a little bit more, I want to be very clear. The FICSA situation and the independent special fire districts are wildly different situations.
Yes.
That both entail very different allocations of risk and management of risk as far as how the benefits apply to them. The fire particularly have completely different risk profiles, as you can imagine. Yeah. And the costs are very different. And you hit the nail on the head. The millages that are set up for the independent special fire districts, they're inclusive. It is included in the package of providing fire service, providing firefighters, providing their benefits, providing their salaries, all of those, that's rolled into that millage. And that's what that millage is dedicated for. So it is very complicated. As far as FICSA, that's a structure that you guys have set up through basically MSTUs that have been structured, and then you've set up, these are not-for-profits that are intentionally created separate from the county to create a barrier of liability and all kinds of other practical issues that are set up for that reason. And to Barry's point, that structurally would have to be completely relooked at. Can it be? Yes. Be very careful about thinking through all the pieces.
So I'm assuming on that part that you're talking about, the barrier to protect liability comes from the recreation services, because certainly libraries.
People trip and fall in libraries,
well, they
too.
trip and fall in any of our buildings. So we're just talking about additional buildings and additional.
Well, or someone leaving a book, a rack of books where they shouldn't, or
Okay.
or
all right. Well, I'm not going to
things.
get into those kind of liabilities because we have that all over the place. So we have people that walk in here, in our building. So yeah, books on the floor that somebody trips over, I get it.
And it's a policy matter. All of it's a policy matter, Commissioner. It's just a function of understanding all the strings that get pulled is all I was bringing up.
Yeah. Well, I know we've not ever wanted to be in recreation, but that's for different reasons, but certainly needs to be looked at for sure.
So part of the reason for doing this like this is, Commissioner Eggers, you say you want us to look at it. We're fine. We'll do that report. We'll bring that back to the commission. I want to make sure there's consensus because we've got more things to look at than we have time for, right? And so if
what we're doing here, though, is going through each one, and it's at some point we'll have to kind of take a look at which ones we want to focus on, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get direction. If you're in agreement, we'll do these. And I just want, you've said you want to do that. I'm 100% okay with doing that. I'm asking, is there consensus from the commission to move forward?
How do you want us to rate it, 1 through 5? so that we can come back at the end of it and say that was a 3? No, seriously, I'm not.
I don't know the answer. I'm
Okay.
kind of going through them one by one. We could come back at the end and do that. If
That's kind of what, and hey,
Yeah.
be a little better.
That might, and that
Otherwise,
works.
otherwise I want to start with
I defer to the
county
chair.
administrations first, you know?
Well, these are.
I'm teasing.
Yeah, you can cut mine out,
Yeah.
okay?
I'm kidding, but, you know, I think the point is, at some point, it's going to be relative.
Yeah, I understand.
So, that's all.
So I was reading through this list yesterday and trying to figure out how do we rank these or qualify these or whatever. And I was kind of going through and thinking about a difficulty factor and then a cost-benefit factor.
Yeah.
Right? If it's really difficult, then we rate that, we score that, you know, if 10 is most difficult, right, and 1 is easy. You know, maybe we rank it that way, and then if it's cost-benefit analysis, if this could really save us some money, well, then maybe that's.
Even the most difficult might be worth it.
Right, so to me, that's like, if
I agree with you.
these are difficult to do, then tell us this is gonna be really, really hard to do, and then, or any of these.
And the cost benefit's not that great, then let's drop that one down.
Right.
Right, but if it's high.
Right,
So, yeah,
And you as individual commissioners may rank those differently, right? So Commissioner Eggers may say, this is really important for this agency. From our perspective, it's very difficult, and we get no cost benefit.
Right.
You know,
Matter
but
of
he
fact,
may
it might-
say,
it might
from
go the
from
other
an
way. It might-
agency standpoint, it's real important. So you may look at it differently. And that's the reason, the importance of this dialogue.
you mean Commissioner Scheer might not agree exactly with my priorities? Is that?
Probably Commissioner LaValla wouldn't agree, but, you know.
I would say that of all your priorities, number 3 would be my number 1, so if you need help with that, you let me know.
Yeah.
So on the MSTU, the county said, review the MSTU unincorporated budget and present it to the commissioner, and then Commissioner LaValla has 2 very specific ones on MSTU. So I think that's worthy of looking at. I think he's got a valid point. You guys, under county administration, you have it listed on the last page, 3rd from the bottom. I don't think on the last, but you were going to review it, the unincorporated budget, and
So
present it to commissioners. So I don't know if it's the same thing, but I think you get out of what Commissioner LaValla was looking for if you do that comprehensively.
We can probably combine what Commissioner LaValla was looking at and that item that I put on was really what you brought up, Commissioner, about looking at our MSTU for unincorporated.
Yes, because I do believe that.
Yeah.
It was a great exercise with Chair Verde, and Audrey did an outstanding job on that presentation. And amazingly, the questions never really strayed from the landscaping on the main boulevard. But I learned a lot in that process, and she did a really thorough, great job to help me understand that. But the reason I wanted the MSTUs looked at, just in general, is because we've looked at the general fund every year, and we've reduced the general fund. But the MSTU that we charge the unincorporated is no different than what the cities charge to be a city, an unincorporated city, and we've never looked at that. We've never looked at that, and you know, that MSTU has generated significantly more money as property values increased, and we never looked at reining that in like we did the general fund. And so it's no different than a city not reining in theirs. And so that's why I wanted to look at that. But I think when you look at that total MSTU process, you also narrow in on what Commissioner LaValla is looking at. In the process, I think it naturally lends itself to address those. So I would put that pretty high, because I can tell you right now, that's where I think we find more reductions. Maybe we have tapped out what we could do in the general fund. I don't know. It depends on what property values do. We took a loss in property value this year. I don't know what next year's going to bring. Thankfully, we haven't had any storms to, make a big hit on that. But that's one area where I've criticized the cities for not reducing the millage rate, and we've done the same thing to the unincorporated, and it didn't occur to me until this last year. So I think that's an important.
So you got 2 things that you're talking about here. One is the county's MSTU for unincorporated area. Separately, I think Commissioner LaValla, and I won't speak for him, he's on, but is looking at all the MSTUs. So we have MSTUs, and then the $20,000 that we give out, and whether that's, and so I think his was a broader one on
Well,
all the different
I think you do it all.
MSTUs.
I think you do them all.
Yeah, so we,
I think
so
you
we
do
look at
his
it, we
and-
look at them all, unincorporated is just one of them.
Right.
Because I think, don't the other MSTUs bring us budgets annually, and we?
They do.
They do. But
We
but for the
we
general.
don't really do a deep dive. I don't go out and
Right.
look at efficiency of what they're doing, spending the money on.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know.
when you look at Feather Sound, it's high. It's really high. And those property values have gone up really, and it's really high. I don't know what they do with that money, but it's high.
So, and that's a question. I mean, and I can show up to Feather Sound and you're going to get the calls. So do you want me to show up to Feather Sound or not? Like, you know, that's part of the guidance I'd like from you on what do you want us to do with these things? Get more information or look at whether they're being efficient? There's a different level of
Can I
study.
ask a question on that front? Do the MSTUs that we're talking about, like, because there's a piece that's spread out over all of the unincorporated area. So MSTUs in every area is the same, except there's some add-ons that are specific. Are those, does that, like in the fix area, does that include the mills that they have for a library? And is their MSTU a
That's
standard
separate.
MSTU plus?
It's a
the ad-
separate, Chris, it's a separate MSTU. So
Yeah.
so you have unincorporated for all of Palm Harbor, let's just say, okay? You'll have unincorporated MSTU, and that's what we charge for the
Everybody.
the unincorporated areas that we provide municipal
Right.
services. On top of that, then they have the library.
Right.
And they have recreation.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so each one has a
Correct.
piece that goes across everyone.
That's
And
correct.
then each one has additional stuff that they add on.
And I think that was what Commissioner Latvala was asking that we
I
look
think-
at, is those in addition to our unincorporated.
I think we look at all the, everything MSTU, everything. And we ought to take a deep dive into everything MSTU. And look for the efficiencies, because, you know, we never hear from Feather Sound. I never get a complaint from Feather Sound, never hear anything from Feather Sound. But if you look at how much money they're collecting, they have the highest, I think, one of the highest mills for their MSTU. So no wonder we never hear from them, because they're collecting a lot of money.
The only thing I got from them was a pickleball court. A
I
request for
didn't even hear
pickleball
about
court.
that, and you know, I don't know how many residents they have in there, so I don't know how much money they're collecting. Is what they're collecting that mill an appropriate amount for them? Clearly, they think it is. They've not come to us for more, and they certainly haven't reduced it.
Yeah, and Barry, when you do that, could you let us know how those additional above the base level MSTU, how they were created? Because, again, I'm,
Let us take a kind of a first dive into this. I don't think you want us going out and trying to audit, you know, everything
No, I
that they
just
do
wanna- no.
and whether they are efficient in how they provide front desk counter services at the library or what, you know, whatever. I mean, there's a, so we'll get some basic information and maybe we'll bring that to you earlier to where then you can ask more questions rather than during the budget process. And then if you want more, then we can get more. How about that? The deeper dive is into the MST for unincorporated.
Right.
And it gets really complicated, and I'll just put that on the table, because when you're talking about services, the big kahuna in the room is the sheriff, right? Okay, and so you got the sheriff providing unincorporated services. You have countywide, you have jail, but then when you get into investigations and specialty units and all those various things, it's kind of how you divide up the pie, you know? Because even though, you know, you have, and there was a study that was done, I think the last time we did it was in 2009 or 10, around there, you know, and it really goes to cost of service. It's a big deal, and it's really complicated. You know, and so, you know, I think right now, we'll look at the MSTU. We'll try to account for them. We know where the sheriff's costs are, but we haven't done a deep dive because, frankly, it's shared services. They work together incredibly well. You know, if you've ever seen an incident, even if it's in a municipality, you see the sheriff there, you know, with his command van and other resources, because, and that's the way it should be. They work incredibly well together, but then when you kind of divide up the cost, how do you account for that? Is it countywide? Is it, you know, and so those are the types of details that are harder to get into.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, a lot of interest in doing that. Don?
And just briefly to answer one of your questions, with the exception of the fire districts where the unincorporated county is levying a mill to pay the cost of fire service within the unincorporated portions of the fire district associated with a city. I think you're all familiar with those. Those are essentially an MSTU. Other than those, I think every MSTU in the county, other than the unincorporated countywide, has been a citizen-driven kind of initiative like the Seminole Rec one was just recently. So just to kind of give you that as a framework, I believe every single one of them.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to make sure we
Right.
understand, that
Right.
these are resident-driven requests.
Well, and to your point about looking at them, you know, that's certainly a policy call, and some of these have been in place for a long time. So it might have been residents a long time who asked for this, so.
Right, right.
All right, clear?
It's mud. Yes. Well, I think it covers several of those. We'll lump all the MSTUs together. We'll do a kind of a draft. We'll bring it back to you, get your feedback. If you want additional detail, then we can go back and do more in the spring, not waiting until June when it's, you know, because it becomes too late, to your point. Okay. So the next one is Commissioner Eggers likes us to look at this Estancia Boulevard. So this really gets complicated, okay? Because it's not our road. It's not even really a road, but it's what people have driven on for, you know, decades. But it goes to the same point where, you know, obviously it falls to us because people have to get home, right? But if we go out and we try to fix it, then it's ours. And if we want to take that on, you know, we can take that on. My concern, obviously, is when we take on private roads, you have a lot of private roads that are currently out there. You've got roads that were platted. The association has since dissolved, so you don't have an active homeowners association that fixes the road. And people say, well, who's going to fix my road? Well, if we take those on, then we take on that liability. And the example that I use is Pasco County put on a special property tax this last year to take on private roads. They recognize if you're going to take it on, you got to have a funding source to maintain it. And so that's the only, it's not this road that I'm concerned about. It's that this is, it's different because it's not really even a platted road, but it's the same in that it is taking over something that was a homeowner developer function that then we would own. And that, so I bring it up for the group because it's a big deal.
Here's the deal. We've got a responsibility to provide safety to all of our residents in this county, number one. Number two, historically, we have done some things in partnership with some of these entities that we don't do anymore because it wasn't, I don't even want to second guess people from decades ago, but it's not something we would do now.
Right.
You can go to the bowl on County Road 95 in Palm Harbor where we allowed a commercial developer to be responsible for maintaining the pumps to make sure that they don't flood in that area. Well, they separated the piece of property out. Now, nobody knows who owns the pumps. I'm trying to, same with Estancia Boulevard. The people that live there now, they have no responsibility for it. The folks that were there that originally did the deal are long gone. We approved a process that clearly was not enforceable. We can't, so we just let it go. No, it's not their responsibility. It's not our responsibility. We don't have a road for people to get back and forth, to get our ambulances and fire trucks and all of that to the properties. So there's an issue. And so I guess if nothing else, I would like to know what that scope of work that you're talking about is. There are a lot of unincorporated or a lot of places where they have private roads inside a gated community. That's different. That's different.
Oh, absolutely it's different. But we have a lot of roads. I got real examples of roads that are falling apart or holes in the road on private roads that are attached to a county-owned road that the residents have threatened to come in here and say, fix my road. And we've said, okay, but we're not going to take it over, because if we take it over, we take over that liability. And then the money that the increments that we've provided to finally get our roads up to par would be insufficient. And so I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do. I'm saying we've got to tie it with the revenue available. And so if
Well,
we
I
take
would
it
like
on,
to.
I just want, I
well,
want us
Barry,
all to be in
Barry,
agreement.
I have these two examples in North County that I've heard about, okay? So I'm just saying, tell us what the scope of this challenge is.
Okay.
I have no idea what it is. That's the only road that I hear about that's under duress right now that doesn't have an actual owner of the property anymore.
There's no question that this is different. This one is different, but it's precedent setting to the overall issue of private roads.
That's why if we can
You know.
separate out what the differences are, that we can address so that the precedent is minimized.
So I'll bring back the scope of the issue, the private roads, the things that, and Kelly's listening, so I mean, we can probably put this together pretty easy about what we have, what really the magnitude of the issue is, where we have challenges, okay? And then specifically to this issue which is
Well, and
different.
again, I think that your concern about precedent is valid, so
Yeah.
where do we split them up so that you don't have precedents across the board?
Right. I'd love to take them all on, but I don't think you want the bill that goes along with it, I mean, and that's the problem that, Pasco County's dealt with for years is, again, you buy a home, you don't check to see if the homeowners association is funding themselves well enough to fix the roads, and all of a sudden they disband, and you bought a home and nobody, you didn't know, and so now your road falls apart, and that's, that's unfortunately, the issue, because like you said, it was what happened 30 or 40 years ago.
Yeah, and this particular road, Estancia Boulevard, isn't even within a development.
Yeah.
It goes by the development and connects communities.
And just to help commissioners understand, to even bring it up to a minimum standard, you would be encroaching on structures.
There's a lot of risk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of risk.
Yeah.
Well, there's risk on the other side too, if
You
our
know.
fire trucks can't get to them. So just keep
So
that
we'll
in
do
mind.
so we'll first focus, rather than focusing on roads, we'll focus on magnitude of the issues and kind of break them down between this particular issue, private roads, and we'll start there.
And making sure that we differentiate the types that we're talking
Yeah.
about, if we can. I mean, I don't want to, say that they're all the same or they're all different, but
If the commissioners are in agreement, sounds like a conversation between me and Commissioner Eggers.
Is this
I want-
a
I
high
want-
priority? Is this,
I want you guys
what's the
to
ranking
tell
of
me you want us to do
priority?
this.
well, again, I think Commissioner Scott brought it, up the issue is how difficult is the job to get the information together. Certainly, there's no cost
Is
benefit.
this a high difficulty factor,
Yeah.
I guess? Is the-
To just do the initial report, not to take over the roads, that's easy.
All right, well, then let's do the initial.
We can do the
report.
report.
Yeah. Just to see what the scope
Taking
of,
over roads is a bigger deal.
That's a high difficulty factor.
That's high difficulty and high cost.
Okay.
but isn't that how the divers win championships, with high difficulty?
Okay, we'll try, oh, I'm sorry. Mike.
I've heard you talk about this a lot. Maybe this is something we could refer to for Pinellas to look at, or MPO traffic people.
I don't know.
Kelly's got the information on the private roads.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. A local road isn't really their
All right,
purview.
they got plenty of funding.
Jill just texted, Jill's texting me, it says it's a ton of time. We can get the
Just an
initial
idea.
report together. And Jill's at home recovering from a surgery, so, but she's obviously engaged. And we'll probably use a contractor to be able to get that type of information together. I didn't even think, we may not have all the information on all the private roads, but we can get that information together and then bring it back to you for, a further discussion.
Maybe focus just on the problem childs first.
Well, I don't,
Without the precedent issue.
I think the issue is outlining the scope of the issue. I'm deadly concerned. Remember, just 7 years ago, you had over 1,000 miles of road that were in failed condition. Now we're down under 300 miles, okay? We've been working, they've worked hard to try to take, especially these side streets. We took over, years ago, we took over side streets that were not brought up to county standards. The one that we did up on Palm Harbor, they pulled trees that were used as a road base. That's the reason you were getting potholes and you didn't have drainage, and we took them over, and we just did it. Well, you know, now it's costing our taxpayers a lot of money. That's where we're finally getting caught up on some of these side streets that we weren't putting money into those before you started giving us these increments.
Were the side streets private, or were they just side streets?
Well, I mean, they were, I don't have a report on that. I know that, like, the one that, you know, you and I are very familiar with, that has the deep ditches and stuff. I mean, that was private road that was built when it was originally built, and we just took it over. And so we didn't make them bring it up to the county standards or anything like that. And so then we own it. And then when it comes due, then we can't just repave it because it has no road base. And so now we have to completely rebuild it. And that's the concern, obviously, anytime you're taking over private roads, is the cost to bring it up to county standards.
And we have new standards now, right?
Yeah,
So
any
that-
new developer wouldn't
right.
be able to do
And-
that,
and
but
how
they
f-
were able to back then.
I understand, so as long as that's been stopped.
Right.
Yeah.
But I can I can tell you how big of a scope that issue is, outside of private gates.
Yeah, outside of private gates.
Yeah. John?
One other piece of hopefully good news is the County Road 95 pump station. We sought an injunction, and the owner of the commercial entity has applied for a permit to fix that pump station. It's currently ongoing.
Oh, good.
Just FYI.
All right, nice.
Hopefully that'll be a big enough pump to do the job. Kelly? Because we ended up having to go out there too.
We did. She spent a lot of time out there. Okay, on down to Commissioner Latvalla's issues. So the first two, I think, are caught up with the MSTUs. If we can kind of roll those together, and Commissioner Latvala, feel free to chime in. The other two that Commissioner Latvala brought up was looking at library cooperative.
Support that. Second. Save millions of dollars.
We can get you a report on what they do, just a basic function of what they do, how they get their funding, what they spend their money on.
Okay.
What-
Difficulty factor pretty
Well,
low?
I mean, I'm not even looking over at staff. I wouldn't think so. But these are, I've housed these over in Office Management Budget under Chris, but there'll be different people conducting these studies, so.
And for the library cooperative, I think it'd be important to look at, which you could easily break down, which I've already done and can forward off, the cost per an unincorporated user in some cities, is upwards of $200, where they could go directly to the library cooperative if they were a Hillsborough County resident and get the same card for $100. So you have unincorporated residents that are paying $170, $200, but yet if you're outside of our jurisdiction, you could get that same card with access to the same stuff for $100. And then the burden that the cities pay is less than even the $100. So I think to make it fair, that should really be looked at, the cost per user, an unincorporated user.
Okay. Chris, take notes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I can't remember if Commissioner Scott, if you were with us yet or not. Perhaps Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Peters will remember when we had representatives coming up talking to us about the cooperative. And what they felt at the time was the unfairness of the cooperative, because they felt like they were losing some of their autonomy to be able to provide certain services. And because you had larger cities that were a part of the co-op, excuse me, their voice was kind of diminished in requesting services or even talking about the fee structure. Commissioner Eggers, I don't know if you remember that.
Well, it was a late fee structure.
Right.
That basically
Penalized, right.
were using to make sure people were bringing their
Materials back, because they were holding on to them, yeah. And the rental of even the digital books and things like that for people. So I just remember we had a long.
Well, the PPPLC voted that everybody had to get rid of those fees.
Which was, we agreed, yeah, to that, okay.
So, yeah.
you're good.
So they just, So that was a big problem. I mean,
Yeah.
and so they said nationwide, they don't have late fees anymore. So PPLC said, nobody has late fees anymore. I was like, okay, I guess that's the new wave. Nobody gets penalized for
Not bringing your
Holding
stuff back.
stuff,
breaking rules.
and other people can't. And that was also a financial line, if you will, for some of the things that they wanted to do, that they had no other funding source to do. So not trying to milk people, for a late book, but it was a way to, having that fine, if you will, was a way to get the material. They really wanted the material back, not necessarily the fine collection. So I just wasn't sure if you guys remembered that all as a part of it, but I look forward to the, I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, so then the next item is Commissioner Lavallis asked us to look at Office of Resilience and Asset Management. It is now titled the Office of Fleet and Asset Management. So we've combined those down again, but we can get a report on what they do. Again, we centralize that to manage all of our county assets, and they use CityWorks to be able to look at data to target where we put and invest our capital programs, to where it's not everybody throwing in what they need in their capital assets. It's data-driven as to where we make improvements in our capital asset system. But we also added fleet under Robert Mills, who's the director over that area. But we can get a report on that. That's pretty straightforward. Okay. That's really recent, right? Adding fleet to it is just a month old.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what I
this
thought.
is
It
with
was very
Joe
recent.
Laurel retiring.
Yeah.
So we divided it out. We took purchasing and risk, put those under CRISP, and then we took fleet and we put that under Robert Mills.
I thought that was recent.
Commissioner, you had asked for a list of all the homeless services we provide in the county. And so, again, we can prepare a report on that.
Yeah, that's not high intensity, right?
No, it's not, and, you've asked for this, and we'd met with, Matt and I met with Karen yesterday, and, there's a lot that they do. And we should probably kind of outline some of that and have some of those discussions early, because a lot of the things that they do, it's so interdependent. If you don't do this, then it's like squeezing a balloon, something else happens over here, right? Right. And so we had really intended from the budget process and your questions about putting more of that information together and having discussions early about that.
You're doing the medical stuff or something that they're doing, right?
We're
You're already
going to
analyzing
do the
that.
medical, okay? So we're going to look at all of our, it's actually on my list somewhere here.
On the back page, you had study the Human Services Pinellas County Health Program, Care for the Homeless, so it's kind of the same.
Second to last, there it is, yeah. So we're going to look at all of our health care and health care for the homeless, so that's what we provide through the health department and what we provide at our clinic over on 49th, okay?
Well, do we also, the Homeless Coalition, right, the COC, do we give them money? I think there's more to it than just.
There is, and that's where I think we can, to address the issues, the homeless services we provide. You also asked for the, I don't know why I'm blanking, social action funding. Okay,
yeah.
So we provide funding, but they're all interrelated. We provide funding to social action funding. We provide funding, healthcare for the homeless. We provide different types of services. We'll outline all of those because all of them are also, a lot of them were one funding piece, especially for some of these grants, and they get state or federal money. A lot of those are being cut, so the impacts, are going to be across the board. If they lose, and we're going to actually be bringing a program to you. Some of these federal cuts are going to impact people that will, in turn, it's going to have impact. They're going to end up somewhere, and so we'll have those discussions when we bring those to you. But it's why does the sheriff run Safe Harbor? Because nobody else was providing it, and otherwise they're in the jail, they're in the ER.
Yeah.
Real.
It impacts them as individuals and humans, but it impacts all of our residents.
And our
It's
budget.
going to cost us
And
one
our
way.
budget.
Yeah.
We're going to pay for it one way or the other.
And so if we can outline all the different things that they do in the health, in our Human Services Department and Karen's department, I think that addresses a lot of these. And then we can have discussions about how it impacts. I mean, the stuff you're doing with the opioids, settlement funds. I mean, a lot of them are behavioral health. They have a tie into behavioral health and social services.
Well, so that then ties into, it does tie into the one that you were looking at doing anyways. So it sounds like when you look at the healthcare, that the homeless is going to get pulled into it. I don't know if that's going to cost you more resources to do that, but I think it's going to all fold in together anyways, so.
I guess the idea, and this is, I put it under county administration, but these are things that you brought up as commissioners during the budget process. We have a whole list of, 50 other items that Chris has in terms of efficiency for how things are procured, or this or that or whatever. So there's a lot of other stuff that they're working on right now. These are the things that are really commissioner directives.
Well, I like that, Chris.
And so we're even internally going to have to pare down. We only do have so many people to do various pieces, but we're going to be looking at that. But we can, again, I think I can check off, and we don't have really an issue. Karen's already working on it. The social action funding, the health care for the homeless, and the homeless services. And so, absent, anything else, we'll take those on and try to provide more information early spring. And then Commissioner Scott, you brought up a list of any direct, non-competitive procured or appropriated to any nonprofit vendor that hasn't been reviewed. So any additional guidance on that?
I just want to make sure that we don't have things that have just been on autopilot, that have just been being funded and we haven't looked at in a long time. And I think anything we do in that world should be competitively bid to the maximum extent that it possibly can be. So the Creative Pinellas was just what kind of bubbled that up, but I just want to make sure there aren't other things like that out there that are just, that we haven't seen, haven't reviewed in a long time. And that kind of, in my mind, kind of goes a little bit with reviewing the efficiency of our social action funding as well. It's just making sure, do we have good processes in place to make sure that we're being transparent and that we're competitively bidding everything that we should be bidding.
And just for the purposes of kind of clarifying that, I also want to tie it back to your previous, like the MSTU pieces. So for instance, FIXA is a not-for-profit. The Feather Sound Agency is a not-for-profit. The Seminole Group, these are not-for-profits that we have agreements with to manage the properties in accordance with the MSTU funding. Is that what you're talking about as well, or is that just part of the MSTU piece?
I really wasn't talking about MSTUs really at all in that world.
I was just trying to narrow.
I think you're talking about like the health department. We automatically fund the health department each
Right.
year,
Right.
Yeah.
And
Do we fund the Opportunity Council? I was talking about today and I couldn't figure it out. Do we fund the Opportunity Council?
Chris, I have no idea.
Pardon me? Yeah,
I don't know the answer to that.
right? So somebody called me and asked me about the Opportunity Council the other day, and I was
don't
like,
think so.
and I looked it up today, and we have somebody representing the county. I don't know if it's staff or I don't know. I know nothing about it. I really just don't know that much about it.
Chris is taking notes.
Yeah,
So-
they apply for funds through our social action funding, but they receive the bulk of their funding from the LIHEAP program, which is out of the federal government for the low-income energy efficiency programs.
Right, so I just didn't know if that's what Brian was talking about,
Oh,
is stuff
okay,
like
but
that.
yeah.
Is that what Brian's talking about, is stuff like that, right?
We'll look at those.
But yeah, they're not
We'll try to
funded.
identify areas that are, like you said, automatic, and we'll address the social action funding. It is competitive, and we bring those to you.
Yeah, those are.
But we'll look and see if there's any other areas like that, and then bring those up for discussion.
I just want to make sure there's some stuff out there that's just on autopilot, that's been year
Right.
after year after year.
We'll do our best
Yeah.
to do that. I will tell you, every time I ask staff to do a fee, somewhere through mid-year, they go, well, we forgot to raise this fee, and, somebody found it. And so I'm sure we'll if we can get a 90% solution, we'll clean them up over following years. Okay?
So I assume this is like the extension and all that we're going to talk about next. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk about extension.
Because yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was trying to kind of move through. The next item, I didn't know, Commissioner, if the Opaga study that we put on our legislative, does that address that?
I think it does, at least I think for now anyways. I just want to make sure that, that's one of those things that could just pop up one day and suddenly we have to deal with it. It could be a big impact on our fire district budget. But I think that's probably a higher difficulty factor, I'm guessing.
And especially, we had a discussion with the city managers, and, regarding all the property tax bills that are floating around at the state, and how would you fund, fire and police and things
Right.
like that.
Right.
So,
So I think the Opago study probably checks that box for right now.
okay. Go back, I think we kind of addressed that before, but, oh, no, this is long-term budget sustainability, so kind of our internal, in looking at, the age of our workforce and trying to, plan out. And so we kind of do that, already. We know we always have that turnover. So we can try to do kind of a multi-year based upon those types of things. But any additional guidance on that?
Well, I think there seems to be interest generally in slowing down, again, not trying to let people justify their existence. That's not what I'm talking about, but slowing down the growth of government that's been built up over the years. And some of that is in, the decision years ago, and I think it turned out to be a good one, establishing CRAs around the county that ended up trying to target areas of the cities for investment so that the returns of those properties, values, would go up, and at some point that would stop, and those funds would start being redirected to the county budget. I mean, those TIF dollars are huge.
They are.
And when they start coming in play back into the county budget is important to know as we, again,
We've
probably
got
not,
it, but-
not going to affect next year's budget perhaps. It might. I don't know what's coming up.
2030, like
Those are the
2032.
big ones, but
Yeah.
we have some look-ins.
We have one small one in between now and there. And I
But
think the
again-
rest of them are in the
Again, when
2030s.
we're trying to plan for
Yeah.
the stopping the growth of government, I'm not talking about CPI increases for salaries and that kind of thing. I'm talking about just that effort in itself, I think is important. I just wanted to make sure we're also taking a look, I say this, I don't know how we compare in terms of average age of our employees here at the county. I have no idea. It says we're 53, 54 years old. Is that normal? Around? I mean, is that just because of the age of the overall population skews towards? I don't know. But I would suspect we're going to be getting younger in years to come.
You're going to get younger?
Not me. But they'll be moving me out. So they'll be moving other folks into that. I'm just talking about how that looks as we're looking forward in the next
We
5
can
to
kind
10
of,
years.
okay, I get an idea now, and that kind of goes down with your next item with the pay grades and stuff. And we can kind of show you how we do that budgeting, because we do look at when are people retiring, and we constantly have people retire, so we have a payout there for their, vacation leave, and then we budget them at a lower. So when we budget them the next year, that we budget for that position to come in at a lower starting salary, and then someone that's been here for, a decade or more. So that is how we build the budget, currently.
Right. But we know that at some point, they're at the top of their pay grade, right?
It's really hard to reach the top of your pay grade, because what happened, that's a longstanding pay issue. But we've been doing, let's just say the 3%, right? Okay. And if we do 3%, your pay, you adjust your ranges by 1%, a year. So you got 2%, and so you got to be here a long time to hit the max.
But those are different. When we do those pay grade adjustments, is to see what the market's doing. So we make those pay grade adjustments, right?
But we also factor that yearly based upon, market analysis. And so they move both the range, they move your pay, but the range goes slower than your pay, but it takes a very, very long time to hit the top of your market. And that's a challenge for employees, which is not the piece that you would want to hear. It's if I work at a job 6 years, I should be at the midpoint, and they're not at the midpoint, and that's supposed to be when you're fully, doing your job. But we would have to give adjustments on top of the 3% in order to be able to do that, and we can't afford to do that.
We're not connecting on this one because for me, the range is very different for somebody that comes in for a job that is coming in at a starting job and versus somebody who's been on that particular job for 20 years or 25 years. Right. And the rates are going to be different.
There.
That's what I'm trying to capture, and understanding as we move from an average age 54 to an average age 45, what does that look like? I have no idea.
Over time. We'll
Yeah.
try to, I see what you're want.
I'm just
I'll
trying to get a
I'll try to
feel
get
for
a
that.
better idea of when.
These are things that are kind of inherently
Yeah.
in the structure of government, so just trying to understand what that looks like.
You got that, Chris? Okay. We'll try to look at something like that. Next year.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I think with that, I know we talked a little bit about during, the budget about looking at like the PTO that employees earn and then them not having to take it, and then capture, if they do retire, they have hundreds of hours banked that they now get paid out at the top of that they're earning now versus of when they earned those hours.
Where they earned it out.
Correct. So I think there was discussion in our BIS sessions about looking at that policy, so perhaps we can include that in there as well.
All right. Chris and nodded his head. Okay. Did you have anything, sure? Nope. Okay. All right. Okay.
The next item is we have to prepare a financing plan, kind of going to Commissioner Shear's, discussion earlier for the new campus, so we can throw that in as one of the options and ideas.
Yeah.
So, value of the land down here, whatever it's worth, 60, 80 million, do you get 30 million because you do a lease, and then you can decide how you want to do that and what that looks like and things like that. So.
For that discussion, it might be a good idea to have some kind of a professional appraiser or somebody let us know what they think the value of the properties are and what the present value of the long-term land leases might be. So we would know what kind of difference it would be between selling and long-term leasing. Because when you lease a property for long-term, you usually get a big cash down. I'm not looking for residual payments over 20 years. We'll give you a long-term lease for 99 years. What can we sell that lease for?
And CBRE can do that for us. They have all the expertise to do that. They manage all types of land leases and things like that in their portfolio.
That'd be great for that discussion if they could think about that.
And so you were talking right to the person that can make that happen for us.
Okay.
I think that's a good one.
Yeah,
to look
it's
at.
good. Good idea.
Yeah. So we can prepare different options and ideas, and move, and so we'll prepare that for the spring.
But Barry, again, this is an issue on, the bonding that we do have is in our sewer bonds, right? I mean, that's most of the.
Say again?
It's all
Sewer,
of it, yeah. It's all
sewer
of our debt.
bonds.
Sewer bonds. It's all sewer bonds.
That's all we have.
Correct.
So again,
And they're not even bonds, it's private bank debt. It's private bank debt, it's not even bonds.
I haven't
I thought
looked
they
at
were
them.
bonds, but
Don, it is? Yeah, okay.
They're
So-
bonds. Some of them are direct placement with banks, but they're bonds.
maybe, but the idea is that, again, those are assets that last a while, right? I mean, these aren't assets that we're expensing in 1 year.
Yeah.
So when I think about that as it relates to our water and our sewer lines, both distribution lines that have lots of value or lots of life, and all we do is pay for it with penny, not the sewer part, the water part. Remember, and what I'm concerned about is our utility rates that we have, that are based on water and sewer, right?
Correct.
And the capital that goes into that.
Most of the water, though, I'd have to look at that, but most of the water it's still captured from the water users. So it's still treated as a utility and a user charge.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is because of that capital that we're putting on, and usually we're doing it through through the, as you say, the rate structures from our residents.
Right.
Instead of bonding it out over a few years and not putting it all on the residents today, because it's not just for the residents today.
Yeah. We can definitely have that discussion with Jeremy in terms of our capital improvement program and on the utility side.
Yeah. I mean, road paving is a little different because it's what, 10 years, 15 years sometimes, if you're lucky, 20. Some of our roads got really bad, 25 years probably. But I mean, those are, again, those are shorter term, but the water pipe, that's what, is that system, and we get a water break every other,
I send those out to you so you see how
Well-
much work our staff goes through. There's always a water break, I think,
Yeah.
every weekend.
Well, I do remember when I first came on here, the outgoing utility director said his biggest concerns are the conditions of the pipes of water and sewer underground. And to that extent, you guys have a good record of how we're improving our roadway over the last few years with those 3 additional millage rates.
Correct.
That's been great. All I'm saying is that there's another story to be told about underground.
And the story is what Jeremy's working very hard on, and they have been. When they remember the concrete pipe that failed, right? Okay, I mean, now you've got to design it. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, and you're starting to see these conversations that we had 4 years ago being put in the ground now, right? And so they're finally coming due. The Office of Asset Management that we were just talking about, they're the ones that look at where those breaks are occurring and help use data to direct our capital improvement program versus being people's knowledge and things like that. They actually do the condition index to look at those assets, underground or above ground, to make those decisions.
Well, again, trying to figure out ways to minimize the impact of these costs on our utility rate increases.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I got it.
because We're getting hammered. We're getting hammered by Duke Energies. I've gotten a couple of residents that have sent bills that have just changed, and it's about a 20% increase in their rates. I mean, that's huge. I mean, and the same thing, you got to be careful about our own utility, so.
So the next one is a big one. You brought it up this year. We had a good discussion about it, and this is Office of Human Rights. Okay, so and I'm going to meet with Bettina, I think next week. Just kind of talk about how do you want to do this study? I mean, this is pretty detailed because she can really tell you what she does, right? And I'm sure she has a lot of data and stuff around, but what I can't tell you is, if you don't do that, what is in another place where they don't have an Office of Human Rights? What happens? That resident that has an issue, what do they go through? Is it they don't get a hearing? It's delayed a year. You don't get. I mean, I don't know those. So how? I'm just trying to get your guidance on how do you want us to conduct this study. Certainly, I can put a staff person on it. They're going to have limited knowledge to be able to collect that data, and we'll be calling around to places and things like that. I can hire a consultant to do that type of study. So I'm really looking for your guidance on how do you want to go about this.
I think the history of that was, how it started, there was a Department of Justice settlement that kind of created it. But I guess City of St. Pete used to have their own similar office, and then that went away, and they just sort of started sending everything over to the county. My understanding is they've kind of got some other office now that does something similar. Maybe you would know that.
Actually, it wasn't the city's desire to do away with the EEOC office that was located in the basement at City Hall. Clarence Scott was over that department. It was EEOC that decided to move all of its services to a centralized location in Tampa. So that happened, and then Clarence became the person over the stormwater sewer department and all of that good stuff. And of course, any cases that could have been referred up here were referred up here. But that's where the office went. It was a 4 or 5 staff. Teresa Jones worked there, Ken Jones, Clarence, and a couple other people. Because there were, a lot of cases that were coming through at the time. So what happened here with the Office for Human Rights, it doesn't just take up issues relative to housing. It was expanded and took on the wage theft ordinance piece, so persons would have a place to come. It takes on any ADA issues, so that piece came over here. Of course, affordable housing, any type of housing concerns, yeah, housing discrimination issues, we take up over here. And then the funding, it doesn't pay for everything, but, being funded through HUD and other sources, in order to do those investigations. So that, I just wanted to kind of give the history on how it kind of mucked around. What would be the, if this office didn't exist anymore, there's not necessarily a wage theft ordinance office in Tampa, but if it were any housing discrimination or ADA or things like that, residents would then have to go over to Tampa. So how long it would take for their cases to be heard or for them to work through the machination of that, that would be an additional time, I'm sure, because now you're covering 2 large swaths of our region rather than just one. But I think those are some of the things that could be a part of the request, is if this office didn't exist over here, where would our residents have an opportunity to seek support or assistance? So I guess that could be a part of the background report, and then maybe additional information about the funding, just how that comes into the county. Is it based on a flat amount? Is it based on the number of cases received and settled? Maybe that. I don't know, what you all were thinking, but just based on some of the questions and or concerns. And then certainly, because there may be other questions, like Commissioner Scher was saying, he thought perhaps some other entities could be the focal point for like a housing discrimination. So what other entities or organizations within Pinellas County would be able to take up, because those are legal matters. They're not just, you're calling a landlord saying you messed with this person on their rent or whatever. Those are legal cases that are then taken up. If they can't be settled right away, then they move on to the next step, which is a legal proceeding. So, maybe what other organizations within the county would be able to if they receive funding, and then what are the requirements from HUD, because HUD does provide the funding, not all of it, but a large part. So what are the necessary steps they would need to take in order to become certified, if you will, in order to conduct those cases? So I'm just throwing some stuff out.
I guess my question is, how do you want us to go about that? You want me to hire a consultant? You want us to do it internal and get as much information as we can? I'm really looking for guidance from you. You guys brought it up.
Thank you, Chair. Just first of all, I don't think, I'm not really crazy about the idea of a study. We all know what the different that department's doing. Pretty much. I mean, I've got the list of what they do for the citizens. But I just want to remind you that this department was created by court order. The court with jurisdiction that created it, or had us create it, has determined that we no longer have to have it. We no longer need it. The services that are provided by this department are duplicated by numerous state, federal, local, city, agencies, and private organizations. The department currently runs us $1.5 million a year to operate. Of the services that are not duplicated that I can find, the labor wage theft, that's very important to many people. I believe that could be handled by the Department of Consumer Protection. We have one of those. And the employee harassments, I think, could be handled by our unified personnel services. So, I'm not crazy about the idea of having a study. I think I know what I'd like to do, would be to stop funding this program, and any functions or services that they provide that we need to keep, we can place under the county administrator where it should be. Because right now, they're kind of operating semi-autonomously. And then, if y'all do want to have a study, the things that I'd like to know, I would like to study to just quantify the number of agencies that are duplicating these efforts, so we can actually see, here's this effort, this is who's else doing it. As far as the study, if you all do want to do a study, I would like to know how many wage theft cases there's been over the last 5 years, and how much this department was able to get returned and provide back to the victims.
Yeah,
How effective is it in providing?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. No, I just wonder how much. No, that's okay. I don't know over the last 5 years what they've done, but anyway, that could be duplicated by the consumer protection. And I'd like to know about the harassment cases, how many there have been, and whether or not we think that unified personnel could handle it. But my thinking is, we take the services that we need to keep that aren't duplicated, we put them under the direction of our county administrator where they belong, and we no longer have to fund that independent department.
So I'm hearing from you internal, like just do an internal review.
Yes.
Understand what happens if it goes away,
Yes.
right? What other agencies provide those services already, and an accounting of what they've done over the last, say, 5 years.
I just want to say, and again, Commissioner Scher, I'm not being negative towards ever looking at any department, but there is a difference between what you want to have and what you need to have. Any services that local government provides, they are being provided so that our residents benefit. So it could very well be that someone else could do the services in another county, but is it beneficial to our residents to have to go to another county to get those types of services? And I don't think it is. This is probably an analogy that's way off, but you know, when we're taking care of our tax services, we don't go all the way to Washington, D.C. for the Internal Revenue Service. There is an office here at the Kroger Center where persons can go if they have questions and or issues or concerns regarding their taxes. So that may not be the best analogy, but right now that's kind of the one that's coming to my mind. I fully support what you just asked for, you know, looking at an internal review of the department to see just what they do and what they don't do. But I will also say this, at any point in time, and I know that Bettina has reached out to a few individuals, some have, you know, communicated with her and whatnot so that she can discuss what it is that they do. And I have no issue with looking further, but between now and whenever this internal is done, I would encourage you to even go over and visit the department. It's just in the other building right across the street. Go over, visit the department, have a conversation with her. She will be more than happy, I'm sure, to provide you with the handouts that we've had that shared what it is that they do, the different departments, what revenue they get from what sources, how many people have been assisted through housing issues, ADA issues, wage theft issues, how much money has been recouped, and whether it was from overtime or whether it was from a company closing down and just not paying employees, you know, whatever it is, she does have that for you. So I would encourage you to go over and, you know, much like we visit other departments, because I go visit other departments, I spend time with them like a half a day. You told me about yours. But, you know, take this opportunity to go over and to meet the investigators, because it's not as simple as just give it to Barry and have Barry do it. Persons have to go through programs to become certified to do those jobs. So you still, what's funny?
Sorry, separate conversation.
Oh, no, I just thought maybe.
I'm
But
here.
you have to become certified, so it's not like that person can just go over to a department. Those staff then have to go through the appropriate processes to become certified in order to do those jobs. So I'm just putting it out there. I don't care about, please, by all means, go in and look it up and see what comes of it, but I just,
And that's the reason I'm asking the question, is what the preference for the
'Cause the
board is.
legal department
We can
says-
do a certain
yeah.
amount internal, based
Yeah.
upon internal resources. I can have
Yeah.
somebody really dig and look, and it's really, look, you guys raised this issue, so I'm looking
oh,
for your
yeah.
guidance.
And like, the lawsuit is over, and that's a good thing, because that means people fell into compliance. It's sad that you even had to have a lawsuit to be able to provide people with the support. So yes, the lawsuit is over. So now it becomes, do you need to have it? And I think that it's proven itself beyond measure that there is still a need, because unfortunately, we still have people out there in the community who don't treat others right, unfortunately, and they should be held accountable. So anyway, I'm good with the internal, but I would encourage,
When you do the internal, you've got to make sure that Consumer Protection can manage it, and they have the appropriate training, or, so if it were to go to another department, if you do internal, you'd have to say, okay, well, if the recommendations were Consumer Protection take over, can they?
If you're talking about consumer protection taking over the wage theft ordinance, yes. That's a small piece of their overall caseload.
Right.
Okay? If you're talking about consumer protection taking over, well, then you wouldn't save money, because I would need the people to take it over.
Right.
Okay? So we're only talking about two pieces. The other pieces would go away under the proposal Commissioner Scheer raised. Okay? And that's the reason I'm asking, how do you want to do this study? Because, I can do it. We'll do the best we can, staff resources, call it around, finding how other places do that. But Tina's been incredibly helpful in shedding light on the things that they deal with day to day. We can certainly collect that and provide that back to you. Or I can hire a consultant to help, kind of do a more thorough study and look at trends and, all around the nation. But depending on the level, is the amount of time we have staff resources to put into that.
What I'm hearing is internal for right now.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I needed on that. We're good.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I'll just say, thank you, Commissioner Scheer. You have the U.S., Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which I think would cover a lot of like wage theft, to your point. And additionally, the Florida Commission on Human Relations, which also covers human relations, equal compensation disagreements, and they, do millions of cases here in Tallahassee. So maybe in the federal Equal Opportunity Commission has an office in Tampa. So maybe staff reaches out to Tallahassee and the U.S. Employment Commission, say, maybe offer up a little sliver of space, and we can have an office for them here with some pamphlets. So maybe that's looked at as well.
We'll collect some information, we'll bring it back to you, and you may want to dig deeper or whatever. We'll try to bring that to you sooner rather than later. The next one's more informational. Medical examiner has said someday he's going to retire. And there's actually a process that you have to go through for appointing a medical examiner. He was explaining it to us. We didn't know. We're going to outline that for you. He really wants to kind of focus on simplifying his fee process to where the next person doesn't have to deal with what he considers kind of a complicated area for doctors that don't want to deal with. Well, his comment was doctors don't want to deal with complicated fee structures, so let's simplify this. So just kind of FYI, we'll work with him on that. And he didn't give us a date or anything, but he's putting it on our radar. We've talked about this, but really the review of the finance in the airport. Okay, so we're really looking, and we pulled off the the fee ordinance because Allegiant had concerns, but they also had concerns about the prioritization of the capital projects. So Mark's working really hard at working with them to make sure it's a partnership, and and we have a prioritization of our capital stuff. So we've got to do that. We'll bring that back to you, but it's a pretty involved thing. It's really isolated out in his area, and so that's a big piece that we're going to be working on. Kind of the ongoing issue is making sure all of our fees are up to date, as you guys have directed, not to have large spikes, but CPI type stuff based upon cost of service in those various areas. So we're going to try to keep those up to date. And then the next are a couple that I've put on. One is a review of our fleet operations. Our fleet management department does a great job, but they service a lot of vehicles all around the county. Is there better, more efficient models? Because I'm concerned about the downtime we have, people running vehicles back and forth to fleet and things like that. And so I've asked for an internal look at, if you were a business, you'd count your downtime of your vehicle because it's making you money, and I don't think we count the downtime and the staff time on the efficiency of how we do our fleet operations. So I put it on here because it's pretty involved, but I think it's a ripe area where we could find efficiencies in the way we do our operations. We've outsourced a lot over the years, things that we used to do internal. We've outsourced pieces. Now they're doing mobile oil changes where you don't have to bring them in. So they have been creative. So I'm not saying they're not doing all of it, but I'd really like to do a deep dive into that.
I'd like to see that too, and I'd like to kind of understand what components we have outsourced. I mean, because obviously that's something I deal with all the time. So
I thought we might just assign this to the former chairman, and yeah, it's kind of like
I'll have time on my hands, right?
So
if I'm not here, you'll find me at the fleet department.
Well, and the next item you're into too, which is risk. So you've got some experience in that. But those are two areas. We may really look at our risk and our purchasing when we upgrade and do the ERP system. You're going to find a lot of efficiencies through the redesign of that process. But I want to look and see if there's simple wins that we can get while we're doing that implementation, which is 3 years off, before we get it fully implemented. So those are two areas that, again, I have nothing but, kudos for the groups performing that work. I think, in today's technology, though, are there better ways of doing that? Simple things. We've talked about AI. You guys have talked about AI, and I learned that, there's some things, the way we do password protections and things like our internal processes keep us from implementing some of the types of technologies that others, might use, bots and things like that. So, are there things that we can do in the interim while we're looking for long-term solutions? These are these internal practices that we spend a lot of resources in, so, I put those on. We talked about the MSTU, talked about human services and social action funding, so.
On the social action funding piece, I've gotten some feedback from not-for-profits that didn't get the funding and felt that the process wasn't as transparent as it could have been. And I think when we did the ARPA funding, the Pinellas Community Foundation did a really nice job of being very transparent about how they came to their decisions. I'd like to see us move to more something like that, so where people understand how they ranked and if they were funded, why they were funded, if they weren't funded, why they weren't funded.
So as we're looking at that, that's one of the things we can ask Karen to explain the process, and I'll ask her to look at, the ARPA funding, and I'm sure she's watching. So I'll ask her to look at that and, again, as part of that process.
I think there's some really great things in here, and I think we'll continue as we go through the year to identify some of that stuff. We might find other things that we want to take a look at. I do think that we need to remember that, number one, these services that we're providing, the justification from them are resident-driven, right? So sometimes it's court-driven, and when the court changes and they say you don't need to have that anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not good to have it, because we don't want it to swing back the other way. So having a group that's in place, however that's structured, and that gets to my last point, which is really, if we're going to get rid of a service or a department, I want to know full details on what the other side is going to look like. When it's done, one of the things I'm tired of hearing about sometimes from the state is about getting rid of property taxes, and yet I haven't heard one idea yet on how the substitute is going to look like. What's going to happen when they change that? I mean, I have no idea. And now we're starting to hear different versions of it where it might be exemption related and all that stuff. I just think it's important for us to remember why we have it. We have it in place for our residents. There's a historic perspective on that that may or may not be as valid. But to the extent that I don't want to see the pendulum swing a whole nother way where we're having a lot of problems because the service that are being provided by folks that we have now are now being relegated to another organization or another level that puts them way down the line in terms of getting things taken care of. So efficiency, effectiveness is all important to me, but also what that other side's going to look like. And if we're not going to have it, what are our residents going to miss out on? That protection is extremely important on so many levels. And so I'm not going to be quite as excited about getting rid of things unless we have good solutions for needed services or ones that we think as a collective body are important for our residents to have. So just make sure that we are addressing that, because it's one thing to poke holes in what's being done in any of our departments, but what's the alternative? And then what's that going to look like in about a year or two? Because you'll be able to poke holes in that too, because everybody that does work, it evolves. And so I just want to keep that in mind as we do this. It's one thing about efficiencies, and I'm for that big time, but it's also about effectiveness, and it's also about providing a sense of comfort for our residents that they have a place to go, specifically regarding the issue that we've been talking about. Big deal. It's a big deal. It's not just, cavalierly get rid of something. So, and that's the way I just want to make sure we have that scrutiny. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just real quickly on the risk management, the changes that the legislature made in tort reform and the insurance, the new laws that we have, that are having a big effect. And since we're self-insured, I don't know if Risk has thought about this, but just lately, my insurance policies on my properties, my cars, down like 37%. I mean, they're really dropping fast. So maybe look at the tort. What's that? Yeah, I'm telling you, my property insurance, I just got the policy.
The state's actually trying to increase it for us and our liability, and to where people can sue us for more amounts.
Well, I'm switching from Citizens to another.
We use a broker. We do look at those every year.
I just want to make sure, because it could be a big number on our reserves next year.
We absolutely look at those each and every year.
Oh, I'm sorry, mine are.
Microphone, please.
Another provider. So mine went down as well, so.
Yeah, mine went up.
Property insurance.
Yeah, Citizens are doing their,
They're dumped.
they're dumping, yeah, they're dumping, and they assigned me to this company.
That's more?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
mine's more.
It's more.
I thought they couldn't do that.
Somebody need to talk to somebody.
20%.
When I got that, I'm like, what?
Like there's a certain percentage of decrease, and then you have to get off Citizens. That's what I.
If it's within 20% of your current rate, okay.
Either way?
Then you need to go to the new company. But what companies will do is they'll write it at 20%. When your renewal actually comes up, that it'll be greater than that, and then you can make the choice not to change if you choose. You can appeal that, and it'll be approved. Because that happened to me.
Well, Citizens sent me that little redistribution of whatever they called it. And then they said, if there's a company listed in this letter, that is the company you've been assigned.
Correct.
And it was only one listed, so I only had an option of one. But no, it was more. So I need to name your company. Maybe they-
Okay, so those, if you have any other ideas, bring those to us. Commissioner Nowicki brought up another one, which is involving the billboards, okay? And so we are looking at that. I've got an internal meeting with the county attorney's office. It's much more involved in that. And so we'll be meeting with, so the
What
the
about
cycle
billboards?
time, the cycle times for digital billboards. So
Why do we want it sooner?
You mean they
What do
flash
you
up
want?
for how
Yeah.
long they can flash
Yeah,
up
the
and go?
digital billboard in unincorporated Pinellas County has to be 60 seconds. Everywhere else around Tampa Bay is like 7 to 15 seconds.
How many?
7 to 15.
Oh.
So we're
It's
egregiously.
very involved, okay? It's a settlement with two major carriers, and there's reasons for that. They were trying to consolidate down signs, so you had to be able to buy down to improve the cycle times. But again, we're gonna be meeting with, it's more involved. We are working on it. It was something that was brought up. It's been brought up, I think, every year since I've been here. And so we're doing a deeper dive, and we'll bring back to you ideas. But just so you know, that's also kind of another thing that we kind of, that we're working on.
I didn't think it was a minute.
Sorry. I really like the idea of the cycle times be increasing, and we can eliminate a lot of boards, static boards, but with that cycle time, then we can get more public service messages out with digital boards than we can static boards, you know, and very important.
Well, that was one of the, again, I don't know all the numbers exactly, but there was a, you know, you gave up making numbers up, 10 boards for one, and so there was a, you know, a removal of a lot of our boards around the county in that negotiated
There was.
settlement.
Correct.
And I guess, gosh, 60 seconds is what it is now? That doesn't seem right, because I remember seeing some.
We'll outline the issue
Yeah.
for you then. How about that? Let's do it once, because it is involved, and again, you can't just arbitrarily change it. It was part of a settlement. And so we're meeting with the county attorney's office on it. And, you know, because my question is, was it effective? How many static boards are still out there, right? So we're gathering all that information. Again, it's another study we'll be bringing back to you.
It's just so I know, more frequency, the companies would like that.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't like it for a public safety standpoint.
No, that's not necessarily
Oh,
it. It's,
okay.
it's whether it's a carrot and a stick. I don't even want to, I don't really want to get into it
Okay,
here.
all right,
Because I want to get advice of the county attorney.
Okay.
Joel is screaming at me right now before.
Okay.
Saying, Barry, don't speak.
Okay.
So I just wanted you to know we are working on that.
Okay.
So that concludes the fall studies. We've got two other items. I have to leave at 1. I've got a pain and tooth, and I was able to get in at 1:30, and I'm keeping that. So my three amigos back there, somebody is going to volunteer to go through the agenda with you.
Okay.
And then you have the University of Florida issue, so.
Well, how do y'all feel about breaking for lunch?
let's
And then we
grab-
can
let's
come
grab
back and
lunch.
get going.
Will his, I don't mind, was his, Barry, you're gonna do agenda review? Is that
Now,
long?
one of my staff is, I've got to make a dentist
No,
appointment.
I was just asking a question, trying to say, did you want to do that now, because of the time?
It's up to you.
But he said a staff
I
person
just have to
could
leave
do
at
it.
1, so.
Well, we
Your
can break for.
appointment's at 1, you said?
Appointment's at 1:30.
So you need to leave at 1:20? You said?
I'm kidding.
I had to keep it in North County for you, so it's,
There you go.
I got to go up 19.
I'm good with whatever the majority. I just-
However you want to do it.
Do you guys want to do agenda review, or do you want to break?
Can we do a 10-minute break, get some food,
Yeah,
and
let's do
continue?
10 minutes, okay.
10
And then when you gotta go, just go. We'll
Okay.
take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
All right.
get going here. Do we, since Barry's still here, do we want to just move to agenda review now? What do you think? Good? All right, we'll do that. All right, let's go to agenda review, and then we'll come back to.
Blaine, stay here, I might not get done. We had Blaine on deck, but we'll try to move through here. So going on down to item 19 is the first substantive item. This is award of bid to Advanced Roofing for countywide roofing replacement and repair services. So again, it's an as-needed basis based on unit pricing. Item 21 is award of bid to Florida Drawbridges for preventative maintenance repair for our drawbridges, 36-month contract. We have spent about $380,000 a year.
That's on as needed as well?
It's on as needed as well. Mm-hmm. Item 22, ranking of firms, Carousel Industries. This is our Vesta maintenance out of our 911. So again, it's a maintenance and support for all of our 911 public safety call handling solutions. And, again, it covers all their stuff, 36 months, not to exceed $10 million, about $2 million per year. Next is ranking of firms and agreements with Zoll Data Systems for ambulance billing software. So it's an upgrade to the existing 20-year-old technology, $5.3 million over 60 months. And it's also part of the 25 carryover that you're going to see later on. Item 24 is award of bid to TLC Diversified for Pump Station 182 rehab and construction for utilities, $3.1 million. Over to item 28, Hubbard Construction Company, New Airco Taxiway, so at St. Pete. So we've been talking about that a long time, $15.3 million. Item 29's memorandum of understanding, because so we obviously, all of the airport property covers our county properties, and so these are the leases. We have to pay fair market rate for those, so those are adjusted appropriately. So you can see the impact on that when we have to do it every 5 years. And so that's item 29 and 30. Item 31 is revisions to the honorary naming rights policy. So Blaine has talked to you about that in the past as he makes those alterations. Item 32 is an MSTU for Tampa Bay Watch for their boat lift replacement, $20,000.
Chair? Is it a proper time to ask a question about that MSTU? I had a question on that MSTU.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says at the bottom there's $336,000 to go in that MSTU. Is that a yearly?
Yeah.
I don't know where the money comes from, really. And
So it's, it comes out of our unincorporated MSTU, okay, and it's set aside for these types of projects that the commissioners want to approve. We roll that over year to year, so if the money's not spent, then it carries over. So you have up to $336,000 that you could spend if you found projects that you wanted to support.
in the Tierra Verde area?
No,
or-
anywhere in the unincorporated area. So,
okay.
so this is the same pot of money that when the Palm Harbor Recreation comes in or Eastlake, comes in and they want to do X, Y, or Z, they present those to you. Each of them can be a maximum of $20,000. It's how we paid for the lighting district in Palm Harbor. Could be, different services like that.
So the 20,000 is the max on
Correct.
this fund.
Per
And it
project.
Can be used countywide on
Unincorporated.
unincorporated countywide. Okay.
And it's
I
got to be
think it's-
capital, right?
It's got to be capital.
And it's funded at about $220 a year, I think.
Yeah, and we have a criteria that they have to apply against, and we could, Tom could brief you on the specific criteria and how they do that.
All right, it's good to know where money's available.
Yep. Two capital projects for City of Clearwater. That's the Marina and the Eddie Seymour Complex. You can see two significant investments with the TDC dollars for City of Clearwater, a little over $15.5 million.
Chair?
Yep.
I know when we were talking about some of these, we talked about like kind of not like negotiating, but saying like, oh, you know, we could have like shelters or kind of like, you know, work something out with TDC, you know, recipients, like that we'd have like access for like shelters or space, or is there anything like in the agreements that like the county is getting for?
Well, but like, it was really brought up with the Phillies facility, and Commissioner Peters, you know, brought that up. So do you have space that could be used for an alternative use, right? These, we don't. And so these are independent. We have discussed that at the Phillies. We haven't come up with a solution on that, but we haven't had those types of discussions. Can there be another use for that type of facility? Same way like, you know, at the Palm Harbor Community Center. We also are going to have that as a step-down shelter. Okay, 34 is the third amendment to the schools for retrofitting for hurricane shelters. So this adds Campbell Park Elementary to the program. 35 is Affordable Housing State 2025 Affordable Housing Initiatives Partner Incentives Strategies Report. So it's an annual report they have to do for the SHIP funds. 36, it's our contract with the Health Department. So it's broken down into the core services for $5.9 million and a little over $2 million for the school nurse program. And this was as budgeted in this year's budget. 37 is a grant agreement, state of Florida, for Philippi Park wastewater collection system improvements. 38 is what you're going to hear about in just a few minutes on the for the extension service program. 39 is award of bid to Hubbard Construction for countywide pavement management, $18.9 million. Which, again, to your point earlier on some of the pricing, was 10% under the engineer's estimate. Nice. So we're starting to see some improvement there. Now, we did raise the engineer's estimates over the last couple of years, but it's at least stabilized or
Sure
gone
way to
down a
make
little
sure
bit.
it comes in under.
Well, we had to increase them because bids were coming in higher.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Item 40 is award of bid to Suncoast Development. This is the same thing on our countywide, but this is for our ADA issues with sidewalks, drainage, roadway improvements on the ADA side on those roads. Item 41 is our certificate of public needs and convenience for our advanced life support providers, and there's a whole list listed within your packet. 42's adding Flowerwood Club Park Association for an additional, we have funds to be able to cover that manufactured community. So we're adding them to our list, to the 13 we wanted to get to, $3.3 million. Item 43 is the first responder agreements with the 16 municipalities and independent fire districts. 44 is an agreement between Bel Air Bluffs, Pinellas County, and Largo. You might have read that about that in the paper. So that's been resolved, and we have a funding agreement for the sharing of that cost. 45 is a third amendment to the lease with Melrose Holdings and Solomon Clearwater Holdings to extend the lease with the tax collector at North Square. This gets us to the new North County Service Center. This continues the lease until the North County Service Center is open.
When is that supposed to be?
End of 27.
End of 27, okay. Thank you.
Well, August of 27, but the lease goes through the end of 27.
So under 46, 47, and 48, these are all cases that we're requesting authority to file. These arise out of code enforcement actions. 46 will be an injunction, and 47 and 48 are foreclosure actions. Item number 49 is a confidential settlement. There is a memo working its way around the room for you all to read. It relates to the opioid settlements. So I encourage you to read that, and if you have any questions, let me know before Tuesday. And I'm not anticipating any reports.
Okay.
I will have a report. 52 is our appointments to the Medical Services Advisory Council. And we've sent out a memo explaining the change to that process. This is one Commissioner Scott approved to move forward, and then we'll modify that process going forward for the district appointments.
Yep.
53 is appointments to Palm Harbor Community Services. There's individual appointments, Commissioner Eggers, Nowicki, and Scott. 54 is a selection of the 2026 chair and vice chair. And then Commissioner New Business. On to item 56, this is authorizing the human resources to do fingerprints, so it's fingerprint ordinance. 57, a resolution amending the 25 budget, realigning reserves. There's a whole list of items within your packet. Chris can explain those in any details that you like. We can do that on Tuesday. Same thing for item 58, and this is for the 2026 budget, just realigning a couple of different things. Moving the fleet management, as we talked about, over to a different division and stuff, and the hospital directed payment. 59 is a rank and affirms with HDR Engineering for the solid waste master plan. So the previous item moved the money around, and then this authorizes the master plan completion. Item 60 is a map amendment from residential rural to institutional on Keystone. This is for a applicant to redevelop the property with a private school. There were 5 people appearing in opposition, so you'll hear that case. Item 61 is the companion to item 60 for the zoning change. 62 is a future map amendment residential urban to residential medium on 18 acres in unincorporated Largo. Staff recommendation is for denial. A local planning agency recommended denial by a 4-2 vote. That would increase the density from 7.5 dwelling units per acre to 15 units per acre. Item 63 is a petition for a 10-foot drainage easement. So they can demolish the existing pool deck and replace it with a new deck and pool. Staff recommends approval with the condition that's granted the new utility easement drainage runs through the rear of the property. Item 64 is our annual recertification of exempting or not including the 80 to 120 for Live Local. So keeping that the way it currently is. So it's a renewal of that. Item 65 is an agreement to take over the wastewater collection system with the town of North Readington. We did the analysis. They're paying the amount that is necessary to upgrade the facilities.
Okay.
And so we would take over their system.
Okay. When would that occur?
When would that be? December 2nd.
December 2nd. Okay.
Somebody said that. Tristan. Okay. Where? Jeremy. Oh, he is there. I didn't see him way back there. All right. Jeremy says December 2nd. And then item 66, we actually had a really good meeting with the retail pet stores on Friday. Commissioner Peters listened in on that. And, you know, they offered a couple of clarifications. They wanted to make sure that we were clear on our intent on certain language changes that we were proposing. We said, well, you can propose clarifying language. And so we're giving them the opportunity to do that. We would ask that this be delayed to the December meeting. Gives them an opportunity, us a chance to review that. I don't know that we'll agree. We may agree. And then we'll come to you in December for approval.
Okay. So we're just going to just delay that to a date certain in December.
Delay that to the December meeting.
Okay.
That's the agenda.
All right.
You good?
Good deal. Thanks.
All right.
Barry, you're free to go.
We got that in.
All right.
I think I'd rather stay here. But
Yeah. If I were you, I would be too.
But I do need to go, so I'll send you guys.
All right. Thanks, Barry. All right. So now we're going to go on to the University of Florida presentation.
Okay, before I get started, I want to send a heartfelt get well soon to Commissioner Lotvella from the Youth Advisory Committee. I know that they're all wishing him the very best and looking forward to seeing him back at the committee meeting.
Well, thank you. He appreciates that.
My name is JP Gellerman. I am the director of the County Extension Office, and thank you for the opportunity to showcase the services that Pinellas County government provides our citizens through Extension. Extension is rooted in the Smith-Lever Act, a federal law that established a partnership between the national, state, and county government. And as a result, every one of our 67 counties in the state of Florida has an extension office providing a network of support and resources. This part, yep. Did I? Oh, my bad. I just hit the. Big fingers and they went across the thing. This partnership is formalized through a memorandum of understanding between the University of Florida and each county, which outlines the basic operating procedures and is reviewed every 5 years. Additionally, the annual salary reaffirmation letter serves as a review of extension faculty costs through the budget process. The goal of extension is to take the knowledge from the university and put it to work for the citizens and the people of Pinellas County. When extension began, most of the knowledge centered on agriculture, as that was the primary industry here in Florida. As communities have changed, so has extension. Extension initiative serves as our strategic plan, and they mirror Pinellas County's strategic priorities. We exist to be responsive to local needs, and we are. We are a department of both UF and Pinellas County. We are a true collaboration. Extension is not a subsidy, it's a cooperative effort, and we put UF to work for you. We also partner with the state and local organizations. In this, we are not duplicating efforts, but cultivating and maintaining partnerships to extend the resources and reach of everyone involved. We leverage strengths and fill gaps to magnify our impacts. For instance, Southwest Florida Water Management District and the Florida Department of Agriculture are regulatory agencies that oversee license and certification. While Extension provides the training to attain these credentials for free to county staff and at a low cost to local industry. Tampa Bay Water works with us to meet their water conservation goals as well. Here in Pinellas County, oops, get the next one. Here in Pinellas County, the development programs are developed and implemented based on county needs and supported by scientific information, technical information. Further direction is provided by the agents, by local stakeholders, and regular meetings with their advisory boards. Members are from industry, local citizens, and other stakeholders. 4-H Youth Development Agent offers programs that prepare young people for future success by providing them to explore their interests, develop their skills, and gain leadership experience in 4-H clubs and after-school programs. I, as a community engagement agent, provide oversight and training and guidance to the broader extension program. I also provide support for special county initiatives. The commercial horticulture agent, can't see anything, gotta grab my glasses. The commercial horticulture agent offers training and educational programs that provide licensure, classes, and continuing education for those in the nursery, greenhouse, and landscape industries. The natural resource and sea grant agent lead innovative natural resource education and community engagement programs that improve water quality, create wildlife habitat, and build environmental stewardships across Pinellas County. The urban horticulture agent provides programs that empower residents and train volunteers to enhance urban landscapes, backyard food, and promote healthy gardening practices that save water and protect our environments. What we do directly relates to every priority in Pinellas County's strategic plan. For instance, to support resilient infrastructure environment priority, our natural resource agent is working on the Tampa Bay Coastal Master Plan with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. This is a regional effort identifying flood vulnerable communities, prioritizing restoration and flood reduction projects, and guiding long-term adaptation strategies. And I, as the community engagement agent lead the Stormwater Infrastructure Program. This is an annual workshop that was requested and developed in collaboration with Public Works. It has reached over 700 floodplain managers, engineers, and urban planners to promote and the use of Pinellas County Stormwater Manual. To help create healthy and safe communities, our commercial horticulture agent works with Public Works to provide free training required by state for necessary certifications for their staff. We frequently work with mosquito control as well as stormwater and vegetation to provide pesticide, arborist, and state of Florida required green industry best management practices. This means that pesticides are applied safely, disease-spreading insects are managed, and nutrients that contribute to algae blooms are reduced. Plus, these trainings have provided a savings to the county of $30,000, and additionally, there is over $1 million of increased wages to local professionals based on attaining and maintaining these licenses. Moreover, increasing educational opportunities is the majority of what we do. Our urban horticulture agents programs contribute to the prosperity and opportunity of Pinellas County. These educational programs help keep our waterways clean by teaching citizens to use fewer fertilizers and pesticides in their landscapes. We want to highlight the Master Gardener program here because this greatly increases our reach and efforts. The Master Gardeners are highly and continuously trained volunteers who offer individual and group classes. In the past 5 years, Master Gardeners have taught over 650 events to over 13,000 participants on best lawn and garden management practices and contributed over 48,000 hours, volunteer hours worth over $1.3 million in-kind service. This includes over 9,000 hours in the Florida Botanical Gardens. Additionally, several Master Gardeners have gone on to horticulture careers. 4 now work for Pinellas County government. Furthermore, our 4-H Youth Development Agent works with the Youth Advisory Committee and other 4-H programs, which offer hands-on educational and leadership opportunities to youth, ages 5 to 18, empowering them to lead with confidence and serve their communities. Finally, all agents contribute to the smart service delivery by supporting several additional county departments, including our home department, Parks and Conservation Resources, Public Works, Utilities, Human Resources. These departments have all unique needs for our collaborations and trainings that we provide. Responding to public concerns surrounding glyphosate, the Parks Department requested Extension develop a vegetation management approach that would reduce, I hit it again. Okay, sorry. That would reduce the use of herbicides on public lands. We created a best management practice manual and conducted ongoing training for park rangers and other county and municipal staff. Plus, we use technology to make education accessible for all. Over the past 5 years, our Naturally Florida podcast has garnered over 9,000 listening hours, and our YouTube channel has over 100,000 watch hours. Through these efforts, we proudly maintained a consistent customer satisfaction rate of 98%. Everything we do supports the mission and priorities of Pinellas County Strategic Plan. As boots on the ground, working with people in the field, we always put people first. We engage with a purpose and focus on results. We help you work smart and invest in your employees, and we want to continue doing this. We are an invaluable asset to Pinellas County government and the citizens we serve. Thank you.
Thanks, JP. Questions?
What was the amount that, what's the leveraging that we're getting out of University of Florida for this?
How much the University of Florida is putting in? Yeah. It's somewhere in $500,000.
And ours is about
$297,000.
So if I did the math right and I saw somebody say it's about 33 cents per resident, our cost, what was the 297,000 divided by whatever number of residents that we have?
1 million.
Cost of our participation is about 33 cents per resident.
Over a 5-year period.
Over what?
5-year period, it's a 5-year
These
contract.
numbers that you're giving me are 5 years?
Correct.
Oh,
So 297,000 over 5 years?
Oh, no, it's 297 per year. That's the contract amount, yes.
okay.
It's not
That-
what our thing said.
Excuse me, Commissioner, your microphone.
Yeah, it's 297 is the support per year, plus office space.
I know where I read the other.
Kathleen, you have any questions? JP, I got a question. So I'm just reading through here, the Youth Advisory Committee. I'd love to, I don't think Commissioner Latvala is on the call anymore, but I'd love to hear what he thinks about this. But it says here in this material that the Extension Office is the liaison and coordinator of activities for YAC. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. We basically coordinate a lot of all the YAC meetings. We work in collaboration with one of the commissioners who is the commission in charge of it. But we put together all the meeting materials. We put together the organization of those meetings. We also work in their Robert's Rules of Order for the kids, so they have a better understanding and how to run a meeting and how to be professional and public speaking and all that good stuff. So we're interweaving 4-H kind of curriculum into that program.
Do you have any sense of how many kids a year, YAC included, and just in general, that your program touches each year? I mean, how many kids do you interact with that get exposed to this program?
To the Youth Advisory Committee?
Well, to YAC, but also beyond that, just what the extension does in the community. I mean, you have programs for other kids. I mean, this. 4-H, okay.
Yeah, we have 4-H clubs. I believe we have 21 volunteers and about 100 kids involved in 4-H currently. And those kids, they meet regularly. And I would like proudly say that we have an annual, 4-H banquet where we have all these kids come in, they give presentations, and they go to district and the state. In the last couple of years, our kids are blue ribbon, have the most blue ribbons in the entire region. They're just outstanding, so.
Okay. Is there a cost for these kids to participate in 4-H?
No.
No, so it's free.
4-H cost, if club is $20 for them to participate.
Okay. That's annual cost, $20?
Annual cost, yes.
Okay.
In-school programs and other programs are free.
Okay, got it. All right, any other thoughts, questions? Chris?
No, I don't have any questions. I just, when you want to discuss it, that'd be great.
Question?
Yeah, cool question. Okay, thank you, Chair. When did the maybe you said it, when did you start the UF extension program? Like, when did it start?
Going back in the record books, in the UF IFAS archives, I found somebody back in 1925. I can't remember his name. I had it on the tip of my tongue a second ago, but it's been 100 years that we've had extension here in Pinellas County.
Okay.
I'm sure there was somebody before that, but I just spending 40, 50 minutes in the UF IFAS archives.
First started not here in Pinellas, but when it first.
No, there was a agent in 1925 here in Pinellas, yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you.
Gomes, I think his name was Gomes.
Just one last question, because
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I'm clear, and sometimes you have to say this several times for me. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on the dollar flow from what we're paying, what our costs are a year.
Right.
And what we're getting in benefits or salaries from the University of Florida. What's their piece in all of this service? So tell me, just trying to understand that comp.
It's a 60-40 split, so the county's portion of it is $297,000. So the 60% side of it, the University of Florida would be putting in somewhere around the neighborhood of $500,000. Actually, hold on one second.
Thanks.
One more question.
That's not including like regional agents and other support staff that is in there. I think that comes out around $700,000.
Vince, and then we'll go to Kathleen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Peters can go.
Sure. Okay. Kathleen?
So when, I guess I finally found where I found that text. So when you did the mosquito, was it mosquito control research for us? Is that what you said you did for us?
Integrated vegetation management, it was for glyphosate, for
Okay.
Roundup, the Roundup issue, yes.
So, so that kind of research, when we ask you to go to the university and do research for us, whether it's stormwater, whether it's flooding, whether it's that, there aren't additional costs to us. That's just part of this co-op. So
Correct.
we get the expertise of a university at our fingertips whenever we need it for whatever issue we need it for. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay. And the Master Gardener program, I got an email which had amazing numbers in it. And there's an article on today's news clips that were mailed out to you. There's thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that we get. And as a result of that program, how many people are using Florida-friendly landscaping as a result, and then using the WaterWise, because you're the ones that help promote the WaterWise program that Tampa Bay Water promotes and Swiftfoot Mud promotes. I know after this storm, the only thing I planted is Florida-friendly. I never did that before, but now it's all Florida-friendly. Doesn't matter if it's drought, doesn't matter, we don't have to use our water. And water conservation is a really important thing for us for the future because we believe we have enough water, I think, into 2035, 2040. But once we get past 2040, we could have some real issues with fresh water, potable water. And so that's why the Master Gardener program and the WaterWise program is so critically important. But otherwise, having a university at our fingertips whenever we need it, for whatever research we need to do it for, is a huge asset that's been provided to us for many, many years. So, I know we're looking at dollars and cents, but there's a lot of sense in this partnership. And so I just feel pretty strongly about keeping this partnership. There's a lot of, you can look at pieces of papers and stuff like that, and it just doesn't drive down the value we get when we need the research when we need it, and have access to that kind of research when we need it. So that's just my thought. But the Master Gardeners program, I think, is just, we don't have agriculture here. I know that, I get that, but that program is huge, and the volunteers that come out of that program are huge. Some of them get jobs, but what they're doing to help our residents with landscaping and how to do their own yards and beautification and how to garden. Many people, not my generation, but the generation after mine, they never learned how to garden. They never, that's not something they've been exposed to, gardening. And here's an opportunity for them to learn and numerous technology and tools to learn from. So thanks, JP. And I was the youth and government person for many years, and I couldn't have done it without the extensions. I could not have done it without JP, and then was it Jennifer before you? I don't recall what her name was. My brain is tired, but I could not have managed it without you guys. So, and those kids get a real quality experience as a result of the combination. And there were some things that the kids, we had 2 years, I think, in a row where the kids wanted to do something very specific, and the 4-H curriculum was perfect to integrate into that, to give them what they needed. So it was a whole nother resource that we were able to use with a curriculum that was scientifically based, and, a blueprint model with 4-H. So it's a resource. Until you use it, you don't realize how valuable it is. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I just add that water conservation is hugely important, but also the judicious use of fertilizers and application of pesticides, that all of the agents provide that education to citizens as well as industry to make sure that our waterways stay clean and clear and our tourism industry stays robust.
Quick question for you, JP. So I'm just reading through some of the material here. It says you have a partnership with the Pinellas County Employee Wellness Program, and you provide 5 to 6 programs per year for county employees. Can you talk about that a little bit, and how many employees do we go through that?
the Human Resources reached out to my urban horticulture agent to provide that for the county staff as a gardening exercise for folks. I don't know, I don't have offhand how many folks have gone through that program, but I know we give it 4, 5, 6 times a year, and it's very popular. Everybody enjoys it. I can get you that information.
Still going on to the,
Yes.
it's still going on today, and we do, okay.
Very popular.
If you could get that, I'd be curious just to.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. You know, I've been working on this and looking at it for a few weeks since I brought it up. And I just, on the initiatives that I look at, I see one has to do with agricultural business competitiveness. I don't think we need that. Improving family health, you know, we have Pinellas Health, we have Evra, we have schools, we have Human Services Department. Strengthening our economic development of the county. You know, we have Pinellas County Economic Development people. We have 10 chambers of commerce. And then on creating urban, suburban communities, I mean, we're done. You know, we're built out. So I see 4 of these initiatives are not even applicable with Pinellas County. And then when I look at water quality, conservation, education, marine, coastal fisheries, and stormwater programs, I see FDEP, I see the U.S. Department of Environmental Protection, I see Pinellas County and Public Works. We have our own resilience and asset management programs. We have a utility department, which you go in our utility department or the City of Largo utility department, wherever you go, utility department, all you see are pamphlets about how to save water, what kind of plants to grow in your backyard. We have Tampa Bay Water, we have NOAA, we have the Army Corps of Engineers, we have SwiftMud, Tampa Bay Watch, Tampa Bay Regional Planning. I mean, it just goes on and on. The number of organizations that are involved in water quality conservation, marine and coastal stormwater issues. I think that's enough. But I do like the 4-H. And I have gotten many, many, many emails concerning the Master Garden Program and how important it is and how they take care of the botanical gardens. And I do like those programs. So, you know, my recommendation is we don't need all this. And I'd like to see us to continue to provide space to the UF offices, but to cut our funding subsidy down to something reasonable that would keep 4-H and the master gardening going. And I think $100,000 total would do that, and we could save $200,000 for our taxpayers. That's how I feel about it.
Question. Have you looked at the line item budget of theirs, that when you say you want to cut it down to 100,000, you know what you're cutting out? Because I haven't looked at their budget to take a random number and say $100,000 is going, what gets eliminated if you move it to $100,000?
So I was specifically just looking to keep 4-H and to keep the garden programs, and I just looked at our contribution to the 4-H is $42,600, and our contribution to Master Garden Agent is $50,000.
But if we eliminate, if we do that, do we lose the partnership and the co-op with the university? So therefore, we lose our ability to have immediate research at our fingertips if we need it for whatever it is that we've used it before in the past. I'm sure we're going to use it again. So if we were to cut the funding and it's no longer that partnership agreement, so we've already budgeted for this year. So it's already in the budget for this year. So what I would like to see, and I have a problem when we do this at the last minute when it's coming up to vote, that this is stuff that should be decided way before when we do our budget. Like, this should be done then. We shouldn't be, in my opinion, be picking them at the time when they come up, especially since it's already been budgeted for. So what I would like to see is to really analyze the program and see what's going to happen. Because if we cut it to the price you say, do we lose the partnership with the university? And what's the value of that partnership? Because you just look at programs, you're not looking at the whole then you're not seeing the whole picture. And what's the value? So I would want to talk to Kelly, and I would want to talk to Paul Kazi to see the value. And Tampa Bay Water kind of manages the WaterWise program, but they don't do it like they do it, right? They count on the extension to expedite it and put it through. And Barry's not here, but I asked Barry that if we did any new development, that we required a new development, Tom, and I don't know if we went anywhere with this, that any new development would implement WaterWise programs. So they would have, landscaping would have the drip system, right? The internal plumbing stuff would be all in the WaterWise program. And I don't think we ever went anywhere with that and made it official. You know, if we were doing stuff like that, I would say, no, you're right. The county's taking it on, but right now, nobody's really doing it, except them. And so, yeah, we have Tampa Bay Water, and they do some stuff on it, but they aren't doing the same thing, right? And if we instituted in our policy, like I had asked, I think, it was 2 years ago, because I wasn't on Tampa Bay Water last year, so it was 2 years ago, I asked Barry if we could initiate that in our plans for any new building, and even redevelop stuff, anything new, that they would have to then use the WaterWise framework for anything new. And that can give us long-term sustainability on our potable water and save us on our reclaimed water. So if we institute policies like that, then I completely understand this. The only thing I wouldn't want to risk is that accessibility to University of Florida and the research that comes from the University of Florida and what the value is of that. So if we put this on that list of things to look into, I think next year is the time to do this, not just randomly picking something that's coming up and saying, oh, I don't like that, we're going to get rid of it, when we've already budgeted for it. And, you know, we did it with Creative Pinellas right at the end there, and I think it's just bad practice. I think you put it in the front, just like we're doing, we're preparing for what we want to study. He wants to know what programs automatically get renewed. This would fall into that. We can analyze those when we get that, and that, to me, is the time to do this. And I get what you're saying, and I understand it, and I love that you're looking into the stuff like you're looking into, but I wouldn't want to just cut something and not know the value of what we just cut. And so until we talk to Paul Kazi, and until we talk to Kelly, and we really find out what that access to research means to us, what the value of that means to us, it's not just programs, it's bigger than that. And so that's, I'm going to get off my soapbox, but thanks.
Just a couple, just a couple things. First of all, this came up because this is not just in the budget. This is in the budget for the next 5 years. And we won't see this contract again for 5 more years because
We could change that.
it'll go away and then it'll just be in the overall budget. And then I'm unaware of any thing in the agreement that says, oh, we call them and ask them to research for us and they'll do it for free. I don't know of anything in there.
I just asked that question.
So anything?
Yeah, we're a collaborative partnership. We're part of the county and we're part of the University of Florida. So when you ask us to bring somebody down to look at forest issues and fire or infrastructure, I'm bringing down 2 specialists, one engineer and another water specialist to do our green infrastructure program next week. So we're bringing down specialists and they're doing it all for free.
I think we have a lot of specialists working on this kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, but we can also amend the motion to do a 1-year contract and not a 5-year contract. And that gives us time to really research it. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I just think I don't want to do something that's short-sighted without knowing. And if we know the history or the value from Kelly and the value from Paul, and even, well, Paul's here, great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Kazi, Parks and Conservation Resources Director. One of the things I wanted to point out is the MOU and the affirmation letter are 2 different things. There is a non-funding clause within the agreement, so each year the affirmation letter is approved. So if you want to change the menu of services or things like that, you can do that as part of the budget, and then we adjust the affirmation letter.
So
Yes, sir.
Well, and that's good to know. And Paul, have you ever used UF for research through the extension?
Yes, quite a few times. More recently, when we've had issues out at the preserves where the department, for example, has been accused of improper best management practices with the preserve. We had the forestry department, the head of the forestry department, came out, did a tour with us. This was about a year and a half ago. I think I shared the report that he put together, very extensive, that clarified that what we're doing out in the preserve are best management practices. We had a similar issue a few years ago when we started the fecon mulching in the parks. People were accusing us of killing the wildlife and destroying the environment and all of these things. And so we went to the experts in forest management, and we learned some things that helped us, but also helped us educate the public. 4 years ago, when the whole Roundup glyphosate issue, county administrator and the county manager in Dunedin said, we have to get ahead of this. The expertise we got for that to develop the integrated vegetation management program came from our collaboration with scientists, researchers at the University of Florida. So those are a few examples.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Vince, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair.
Then we'll go to you.
JP, just real quick, two things. You mentioned something about green infrastructure with 2 consultants coming down. Was that green infrastructure for here?
Correct. You have a Pinellas County Stormwater Manual that was created to help initiate the revitalization of existing properties that don't necessarily or did not have stormwater there was no stormwater regulations back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So the Stormwater Manual provides developers to redevelop those properties more flexibility. A previous assistant county administrator, Rahim, I can't remember his last name now, but he came to me and approached me and said, hey, how can you promote this, JP? So we put together the Green Infrastructure Workshop in collaboration with Public Works to help promote and educate the builders, developers, floodplain managers on different ways to actually meet floodplain stormwater management regulations.
Awesome, thank you. And then, I don't know if it's been asked or maybe I missed it, but does the university have an unwillingness to continue this partnership if we only fund $100,000 of it?
I can't answer that question. That would be administration and UF up in Gainesville.
Do you have a specific name or number? I mean, can you get us that information? Or?
I can work with you on that one, yes.
Okay, because I think that's like the big point here today. Like, we're talking about not continuing this partnership, but we don't even know UF's standpoint, because I think it originally came up, Commissioner Shears, that you mentioned, which caught my attention, that UF has a bigger budget than we do. And so, I mean, maybe they'll say, yeah, sure, we'll pick up the slack. If you guys can only do 100,000, maybe they'll say, yeah, sure, we'll cover the difference. So I guess I'd like to know that.
Well, we can follow up on that question, but we don't have a consensus yet of severing that relationship.
So we need a consensus before we ask the university?
No, we'll
for
ask
that?
the question.
Okay.
But we won't send that intent.
Yeah, just to know before we make it.
Sure.
Yeah, that would
Absolutely. We'll follow up on
That
that.
could maybe change some folks' minds. Or
Yes, sir.
Or provide more color.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go, I'm not sure who had their light on first.
Well,
Dave, quick, and then we'll go to Renee.
No, I'm not. I don't really want to get into a lot of details. Commissioner Peters kind of reflected my thoughts. There's an awful lot of positive energy, and how you put dollars and cents on that, I'm not sure, that comes from this program, whether it's, folks that are learning how to garden for the first time, or kids that are doing their thing, or HOAs throughout the county that need help. I think that's a pretty valuable service to have here. It kind of cuts through on the character and culture of our community that I don't know, has become part of it. I mean, you know, the gardens have become part of it. The gardens are a physical asset, I get it, but it become part of our community. Heritage Village, another part of our community. The dollars and cents involved in all of those things, I don't know if you can justify each dollar all the time, but I think these are critical parts of what make our county unique in some ways and special in other ways. At the cost that we're charging each resident, so to speak, for the use of this service and the access to University of Florida, to me, is invaluable. In some ways that we don't even know yet. So I'm not interested in cutting the program this year at all. I would like to see it in play, and maybe I'll do a little bit more exploration on the fly just to make sure that things that I perceive and feel and hear about consistently from a lot of people is truly validated. So I'll try to make that more of a priority of my own. But this has got a lot of good stuff in it, and I hate to let it go. It's been here with us for a long time. Doesn't always make it right. In this case, I think it does. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So UF-IFAS also is a large partner with the Florida Association of Counties. And we know we just went through some leadership changes through IFAS. And I will tell you, and this is going to go towards the whether or not UF would do something and not have a true collaborative partner. Partnership means that you're putting something in it, not that they're bringing something to the table and we're just kind of here. But I will tell you that it took a lot of dialogue and conversations for us to be able, with the new leadership at the college, to be able to keep IFAS as a part of FAC, because they were providing a larger part of the financial remuneration for the IFAS services through FAC than FAC was. And so we were able to kind of turn that around, but it took almost a year to renegotiate that. So I'm just sharing that when you're talking about the dollar. So in the short answer to will they just continue to provide the services, I can pretty much tell you no. You're gonna have to pay for it. Instead of it becoming a part of a package, you'll have to pay for it individually. And because they are a research-known facility, we would be paying top dollar for any of that research. So I'm just sharing that based on my other life. But I completely agree with everything that Commissioner Peters has said. But when you look at all the things that we get as a part of our relationship, you can count Boyd Hill, you can count the biological controls to pull back the Brazilian peppers that are an invasive species. They assist us with the health of our waterways, certainly our parks, our preserved areas, Gladys Douglas and others. Sorry, it's getting late. They also provided a lot of good information to Safety Harbor for the tidal creeks and what they do to our community. Runoff, sewer overload, natural shorelines, which is what we're looking at to assist us with hurricanes and things coming up. What can we do rather than just keep putting sand on beaches that keeps eroding away? What can we do with the natural shorelines that will help protect those properties along our beaches? Storm drain issues, retention pond issues, which every time we build a structure, depending on where they are, there has to be a retention pond, and then what happens in the cleanup of those, and we know what happens when they are overgrown, and then the fight comes with the residents who's responsible for paying for taking care of those. Not to mention all of the other items that have already been discussed. Sometimes, and this may not come out right, so let me apologize if I say it to hurt anyone's feelings. That's not my intention. But sometimes just because you can do it doesn't mean that you do it. We receive out of this partnership, in my opinion, a lot more than what we pay into it. When you are looking at experts in their area, we within the county, we don't hire that kind of expertise. We hire persons who may have knowledge in stormwater, sewer, parks, and things like that. But experts to this level, we don't. We also have issues with red tide. We get our support and assistance not just from University of Florida and Eckerd College, but we also get it from IFAS. So I support the relationship. I see the focus and value on the relationship. I see where it is that we're trying to go as a county and as a state. And while we don't have huge farm communities, we do have people that are getting back into the agricultural piece of it because of dietary restrictions, because they just want to be healthier. And so we do have pockets within our own communities that have gardens. I know in St. Petersburg, in Pinellas Park, in Largo, and other places, they have community gardens. And persons actually get their produce and fruits and stuff from those community gardens. And IFAS kind of supports and works with them on that. So those are all my reasons for I support them staying. I appreciate any time that we're looking at where can we save money. But I think if you divide the 297,000 into the 987,000 residents that we have, it's not any savings is a good savings, but it's not a huge savings. So I support you guys. I support the relationship. I see the quality and the quantity that you all bring. And again, just being a part of the leadership in FAC and being able to communicate with the top leadership of University of Florida since they've changed presidents and all of that, they are really paring down what they do for support at no charge, I guess is what I want to say. So I would not want to lose that relationship. That's me.
And Mr. Chair, if I could offer up, just as to the decision that you all have on the agenda for next week, the agreement does specifically state, it's got your standard fiscal non-funding language in it, and it specifically provides that if funds are not approved for the agreement, that it will end on September 30th of the last fiscal year for which funds are allocated. So if you all decide not to fund this in fiscal year 27, it would end on September 30th of next year. And that's standard language that you have in all your contracts, but it is very specific in here. It's section 5.9.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jewel. Anything else? Thank you so much, JP. Just reading through some more material here. It looks like that we've had 133 of our park rangers that have gone through IFAS training programs as well.
Probably more than that, but yes, a lot.
Okay, great. All right, unless there's no other questions or comments? Well, this is on our, it's on our agenda for Tuesday.
Well, he was going to ask questions if we cut the funding. Do you need consensus for that?
No, ma'am, I don't. Thank you for asking. We'll ask the question. And we'll provide that answer to you in advance of the vote.
Well, good discussion. I'm glad we had the discussion because I didn't really know much about this. So I think it's been a good education for all of us. So I appreciate it being brought up. But I'm very supportive of comments from Renee, Dave, and Kathleen as well. I think we're getting good value for it. So, okay. All right, JP, thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Wow.
Mr. Chair, if I might, reminder, tomorrow morning, 9:30,
Yes.
joint delegation meeting at the St. Pete Marriott.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that very much.
I will be there, but I'm going to need to slide out for about 30 minutes because I have an executive call about the property tax movement for the various committees that have been meeting up there. I've sent you all an email.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
That shows that breakdown. So we'll be meeting to try to strategize on that. And Commissioner Eggers, you are correct. There is no plan from the governor's office about how to replace those dollars. But those of us that are trying to provide a plan that, you know.
Oh, and also, before I forget, I would like to thank our deputies, Deputy Clyde Thornton, Mike Winnick, and Kevin McSweeney. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And with that, we are adjourned. Everybody have a nice weekend.